Hey there and welcome back again. Today in this video we are going to build AI form builder SaaS application, and this application we are completely building from the scratch and it's completely beginner friendly. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page, and after that we have option that how it works. So in three easy step that you just need to write a prompt for your form. Then once the form is generated, you have option to edit the form, and then you can share your form with your friends to accept the responses. Let's get started and look how it actually works. So I will just get started and then it will redirect me to the sign in page. This is the beautiful sign in page we integrated with the help of Clerk. Then I will select account and then you will jump on this beautiful dashboard where we have this beautiful side navigation bar with these beautiful options. At the bottom side we have this create form option along with how many form you created and how many form are left, or number of forms you are able to create it, right? Because it's a free tier, you can only create 3 maximum form, and if you want to create unlimited form you have option to upgrade as well. Here you will see all the forms detail. You have option to delete the form, or you have option to share this form, and if you see how beautiful we are showing this share window as well. After this you have option to edit the form as well, but let's create a new form. So let's click on create form. Here you can enter any prompt you want. So I just enter this simple prompt called student coding workshop on React and Angular. Click create, and within a couple of seconds it will create a form for you, and boom, it will jump on this beautiful edit form field where you will see the form field automatically get created. How cool it is, right? It has different input. Here you will see you have the select option as well. Not only that, but you have this beautiful radio button and the checkbox. All of these fields are available over here. Not only that, but if you see, you can even edit each of these form field as well. If you want to delete any of the field, you have option to delete any of the field if you want, and as I say, you can just update immediately. On the left hand side you will see different themes option available. If I select any of this theme, depends on your selection, the theme on a theme selection you will see the theme get changed immediately. See, okay. Then next you can have option to select the background color as well, and as soon as you select you will see all the background. Here you can select the more option to get to know what are the more option available in the background selection. After this background selection you have option to select the style as well. You have default style, retro style, and the border style. I will select this retro style which I like, and if you see we have this beautiful toast message as well. Now the one of the more important thing or more important feature is you can enable social authentication before submitting the form. Once you enable this one, right, user need to log in order to submit the form. Okay, you will see in the moment. Now I enable this one, I have this all of these things, and now if I want to see the live preview, just click on this one and boom, here you will see the live preview as well. Okay, now let me open this form in different incognito window, and if you see, before you log in you need to sign in before submit this form. If you sign in, and wow, how beautiful the model or sign in model is popping up on your screen, right, in order to submit this form. Okay, now obviously once you fill this information it will available, or we will store inside our database. Okay, and user can access this information from this response tab. But here if you see we have one more option to share the form directly from this page as well. Now if I go to these responses, here you will see the different option, right? You can even export the responses if you want. If I click export, and boom, if you see all the responses exported inside the Excel sheet. Okay, now next and more important that we are going to integrate the payment gateway, the subscription model. If you want to select any subscription model, select the one, and then it will automatically redirect you to the Stripe subscription payment gateway. Here you will see the email ID automatically get added over here. You just need to fill in information, and once you subscribe it will automatically enable you unlimited form creation. Okay, so guys, this complete application we are going to build from the scratch, and with the help of React, NextJs, Tailwind CSS, Shadcn UI, Daisy UI, and lot of other tech stack we're gonna learn in this particular video. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin. And if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. In order to build a React application, we are going to use React framework called NextJs. NextJs is one of the best React framework for the web application, and it provides a bunch of features to develop your React application. The code wise, the implementation wise is everything is same as a React, only that it provides a folder structure routing, which is quite helpful when you are implementing a multi-page application. Okay, so very first thing, let's go to this nextjs.org, which is the official website for the Next.js, and then here you will find the command to create the Next.js application. You can even explore the docs, and you can check all of these things, all the features, and various documentation for the each feature. First, let's go to the folder where you want to create a project and open terminal at that folder. Then you just need to type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will give you the latest version of the application, and it also add the app routing functionality. So click enter, and then it will ask you the project name. Here we'll say AI form builder. Then it will ask you some of the question like, would you like to use TypeScript? So in this project we're gonna use a JavaScript, but guys, if you really want to learn more about the JavaScript, please comment in the comment section as a TypeScript. Here we'll say yes, no. The Tailwind CSS, obviously yes, so it will automatically taking care of installing the Tailwind CSS for us. And the app router we want it, so we'll say yes. If you don't want app router, then it will be by default a page router, but obviously we are going to use app router. And the import allies, say no. And then if you see, it will install some dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency like PostgreSql and the Tailwind CSS. And now our project is successfully created. Now let's go to the VS Code, and then locate the folder where you just created this particular project. So in my case, it is in the projects and AI form builder. So you might get this pop-up, say yes, I trust the author. And another thing that obviously you know that from long time we are using VS Code to write our all the application code and all. Okay, another important thing before explaining this folder structure, right, we are going to use two more important extension. One is React Redux snippet tool, so this one. Okay, so this is very helpful extension. I will know when and how to use this one. And the another one is the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So this will give you the suggestion when you are writing the Tailwind CSS classes inside your code. Okay, so this is a very helpful extension from the VS Code, so make sure to install this one. Now let's move to the files and folder about the application. So on the left hand side you will see all the files and folder structure which is get created once you create this Next.js application. The first and very important, which is the app folder, where we're gonna write all of our code. Inside that we have the globals.css file which contain all the CSS related to the application. Okay, so once you define it over here, it will applicable throughout the application. Then we have layout.js file which is contain the metadata which is helpful for the SEO purpose, and then which also contain the font for the application along with the HTML and body tag. And inside that, if you observe, we have this children which is getting rendered in between this body tag. So whenever whatever the page we are going to display on the screen, it will going through this children tag through this body tag. Okay, then we have the page.js file which is the default page for our application. So if you see, this is the sum of the code which is already there. So once we run the application, you will get to know, and then we will start changing this line of code, so we'll get to know how we can update it. The next and the very important, which is the node module. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. This contain the whatever the library packages we install, right? That packages is included inside this node module, so we are not going to touch anytime. Then another important folder, which is public folder. So in this public folder we want to store all our images, assets, and whenever you want to access any images, you can directly access with the help of slash file name, because NextJS automatically detect that okay, you are trying to access file from this public folder. This get ignore file, which help us when you want to push any code and you don't want to push some of the files, then you can mention that file over here. Like node modules, we never push the node module folder to the GitHub. Then we have the js.config.json next.config.mjs file, which contain the next related configuration. So you will get to know once we start building our application. Then we have package.json file, which contain the name of the application, the version, along with script to run the application or to build the application. Even you can modify the script according to your need. Then we have this dependency, which is the React DOM next, which is already or this is default one, and some dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS. And then we have post CSS and the tailwind.config.js file, which is the Tailwind CSS related configuration. So whatever the right now, if you see in the content, right, the whatever folder it mentioned here, only in that folder the Tailwind CSS is applicable. If you want to create some other folder, and in that folder you want to apply Tailwind CSS classes, make sure to define that particular folder or path inside this content. Okay, now let's run the application. So go to the terminal and then click new terminal. Here just type npm run dev command. Okay, so which run our application, and if you see, it's run on the port 3000 on the localhost. Okay, now if you open this URL by clicking command click or control click, then it will open your application on this port called localhost 3000. Okay, and this is the default page. As I say, if you see, it's saying that okay, let's go to the app/page.js in order to edit it. So let's go there and let's see what is happening. So let's go to this app and inside the page.js file, and inside here, let me close this file. So you can just click here and it will close it. Now over here, if you want to edit something, let's try to edit this. Let's remove this line of code, p tag, and here I will just say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if I click save, you will see the subscribe to Tube Guruji. The text is showing on the screen. As soon as I save it, is immediately rendered on the screen. Okay, but for now I'm going to clean everything. I don't want anything, so I will just remove everything like this, and then I will simply put a div tag, and here we'll say hello world. Okay, and save it, and here you will see the text called hello world, but at the background we'll see some lines with the gradient background, right? So because in global.css, inside this root class, we have this background with the start RGB and in RGB. Remove this one, save it, and then you will get a fully plain white background. Okay, so that's how guys you can create the application and run the application. Now let's install some of the important library for UI our UI application. So first thing, I'm going to install this ShatCN. So let's search on the Google like ShatCN UI, which is very popular Tailwind CSS based component library. So it has a lot of components which is already there, so you can directly install any of the component which you want, and then you can start using it. So here you will find some examples, and it's very easy to use as well. So let's go to this document, and here you will find the installation step. Then select the framework. You will find a lot of different framework. So in this case our is NextJS, so I will select the NextJS. Then as these are some of the steps which need to follow, but we already created the project. We just need to run this ShatCN latest init command in order to install the shared CN library inside our application. So right now, click new terminal, paste the command, click enter, and then you can have they have asked question like which style do you want, default or New York. I'll say new, default. Then the base color will say neutral, and it asks us that would you like to use a CSS variable, say yes, and then it will install the shared CN for us. Now as soon as you install the shared CN, it will create a two new folder. One is the component. So whenever you install any component from the shared CN, that component will go inside this component folder, and one is lib, which is the related to the shared CN. Okay, so we are not going to touch to this particular file or folder. Then it created a new file called component.js. So it contains the shared CN related configuration. And one more important thing inside this tailwind.config.js file, it added some of the colors for the primary color, secondary color. Okay, so these are the color. Obviously, if you want to change, you can change anytime, and I will let you know how to update that one as well. Next, let's go back to our application and let's try to install one of the component. Let's go to this button component on the left hand side, and here if you see, this is the button example, but if you scroll down, you will see a different type of button which is already they are providing. Anytime you can customize it, so don't worry about that one. Now in order to install this button, this is the command. So every time you are installing any new component from the shared CN, make sure to install the component first, and then you can use it. Now over here, let me increase this size, and then paste this command, and if you see, it's installed. Okay, now in order to use it, let's use it here. So here we'll just add a button tag, and if you see, as soon as I type it, I got the recommendation that okay, this is the button which is importing from this component/UI button. Okay, and here I will say, for example, subscribe. Now if you see inside this component folder, it created a new folder called UI, and inside that we have this button component which we just installed, right? And in this button file, it has a lot of different code. Obviously, if you see, it has a variant called default, destructive, outline, and the size as well. As I say, you can modify anytime according to your requirements. Now if I save this one, go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful button. So in this case, see, you don't need to give any padding, format, background, right? Shared CN is already taking care of that one, and that how we got this beautiful button. Okay, now obviously you can modify this button. It's up to you how you want to use it. Next library we want to install is a Daisy UI. So Daisy UI I used in my last video. Okay, you can go ahead and watch it. It's very popular library, and again, it's an alternative for shared CN. The reason that we are using the Daisy UI, because it provides various different feature like the themes, which is very popular one, right? It provides a bunch of different themes, and that also we can learn in this particular section. So first thing, go to this daisyui.com and click on this how to use. Maybe first thing you need to do is to install this Daisy UI. So copy this command, and then inside the terminal, I will open the terminal over here. Okay, and then once you add it, right, then next thing you need to do is to add this require plugin inside this tailwind.config.js file. So if you see, we have this plugin. After this, I will add the Daisy UI plugin, save it, and that's all. You are ready to go. Now let's add some button. Okay, so it has also have some buttons. Let's add from the JSX. I will copy all of this code just to make sure that it's working properly. So go to this button, I will put it here, save it, and then inside this our application, you will see these buttons. Obviously, this is from the Daisy UI, and this button is from the shared CN. Now it's up to you which one you want to use it. Okay, now the reason that I'm talking about the theme, which is quite popular, and in order to apply theme is very easy in through the, with the help of Daisy UI. Okay, so in Daisy UI, if you go to these themes, you will find a bunch of different theme over here. See the Daisy UI theme, right? And very easy to use. So first important thing you need to do is to add this Daisy UI themes. Okay, so right now it's showing 3 themes, but if you see, those are the themes that they provide. I'm going to use all of these, so I will copy this Daisy UI theme as it is, and then inside the tailwind.config.js file, okay, let me put it after this theme and before plugin like this and save it. And now in order to use theme, you just need to add data theme, and for example cupcake, right? Let's go here, and for example, if you want to apply this theme throughout the application, go to the layout here. You can just mention like this cupcake, and if I save it, now cupcake might be a look like this, see? And it also changed this button from the Daisy UI, right? If you want dark, just mention dark, and boom, it also changed the theme. Okay, you want light, just mention light, save it, and now it's light. Okay, but right now we are not using. Later on in this course we are going to use these themes, but for now we will keep the default one. So these are the some of the library which we already set up. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, you can comment down in the comment section. And if you want to get the source code, the link is in the description as well. Now we are going to implement the header and the landing page for our application. If you see on this mockup, which I always build on the eraser.io, so on this mockup you will see the header at the top section. Then on the we have this simple hero section which we are going to implement, and then below that, after the end of this course, we're gonna implement these steps. Okay, so we're gonna put the images that it will explain how to create the AI build form in 3 simple steps. Okay, so first thing first, let's implement the header and the hero section first. So let's go back to our application, and inside here, let me close all of this layout and this page. Right now I will remove all of this thing from the page.js because this is the default page and it will be our landing page. Now in order to add a component inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called underscore component. Now when I enter as a underscore, then NextJS will not consider this particular folder as a new route. Okay, because as I said in the beginning, NextJS is a folder, it has a folder based routing structure. But if you mention the folder name starting with the underscore, or if you mention the folder name in a circular brackets, then NextJS will not consider this as a route. Okay, now inside this underscore component we create a new file and we can call it as a header.jsx. so JSX is stand for JavaScript XML, or you can mention JS as well. Now in order to add a template, default template, right, the export function, the import, every time you need to write it, right? But if you remember, we already installed one VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet Tool. Now in order to add a template, you just need to write RFCE, which stand for the React Functional Export Component. Click enter and boom, it automatically create this default template for you. Okay, now save this one, and inside the layout.js we're gonna add this header because we want this header throughout the application, right? So that instead of rendering that from the children, we can directly display that component over or inside this body. And if you see, this header is importing from this component. Save this one, and if I go back to our application, let me refresh this ones, and now you will see the header is showing on the screen. Okay, now in order to add a logo, you can always go to this logoexpress.tubegurji.com. This application we build it, and the tutorial is also in the link is in the description. You can go on my channel and you will find this application, how to build this icon builder or logo builder application. And here you will find a bunch of different logo. Not only that, but you will find the color logo as well. And every day I'm updating logo with a new icon library. Now here you can select the logo, select the size, you can have option to rotate, you can even change the background, whatever background you want, the gradient effect and all. Okay, it's up to you how you want to do it, but I want the logo in some different format. And so in this case I will go to this logo prism, and it consists of this SVG logo style. So from there I will select the one logo for us. So let me scroll down a little bit. I will select this simple logo, just click on it, it will copy the SVG file. Then inside this public folder I will create a new file, and we can call it as a logo.svg. Paste it this SVG code and save it. Now let's go to this header, and first thing I'm going to add one div. Inside this I will add the, let's add the image tag from the next/image, then add a source. Now this image tag we imported from the image, but you can also import the normal HTML image tag as well. And then you can directly provide the file name like logo/logo.svg. Obviously here we need to give width and height. Let's give width of 100 for now and height of 50. Okay, here you can give the alt tag as a logo. Now let's save it, go back to our application, and here you will see the logo showing on the screen. Okay, let me this like this. Okay, now obviously we'll increase this width to, let's say, 180, and that's much better. Next, for this div I'm going to add a class name. Now whenever I write any Tailwind CSS class, it will give me the suggestion. Let's see, for example, I want to add padding, right? And if you see, we got this suggestion, which is the Tailwind CSS classes. Now here if I want to give padding of 3, let's say 5, and this is how it looks, right? Let's add a border and the shadow small, so it will give this beautiful border. If you want to add at the bottom, you can just mention at the bottom, and then we have this beautiful header. Okay, on the right hand side we want to add the button. So simply over here I will add a button, and here we'll say get started. Now this button I want on the right hand side. For this div I will add a class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, and justify between, so it will bring at the right hand side. Okay, it need to be justified between. Perfect. And if I increase the size, so this is how it will look on the screen. Okay, now the thing is, the theme color of this button is a neutral, or it's a black color, right? And we can change the primary color, so you don't need to update the button color every time. Okay, so in order to update this primary color, let's go to this tailwind.config.js file, and if you see for this Tailwind CSS, right, if you extend this one, that we have this Tailwind CSS and all of this thing, right? Now here inside this primary, right, you can change this color code anytime. For example, let's say I want to put this primary color as A12. I will put the hex code, this one. Okay, it's kind of purple color, and save it, and boom, if you see on the screen, now it's changed to this particular primary kind of color, right? And now whenever I import any shared CN component, the primary color will be this one. Okay, so that's how you can modify the color combination as well through this tailwind.config.js file. Now our header is simple, and that's the only thing we want to add inside our header. Obviously you can add more option over here, but I want to keep it simple as it is. Okay, next thing, we need to add a hero section. So let's go back to our application, and inside this underscore component I'm going to create a new component, and we can call it as a hero.jsx file. Now add a default template, save it, and now this hero.js I'm going to add inside the page.js file, because this is our default page, right? So make sure to import this component, save it, and here you will see the text called hero. Now let's go to this hero again. Let me close all of this tab, and inside that we need to add a hero section. Now our main focus is the application development, not the building this landing page, right? So for that one, in order to just keep the time, right, I'm going to use this hyper UI, pre-built UI for the different components. So you can I will put the link in the description as well. So it's very popular one, but underrated kind of thing. But here you will find a different components. Okay, you can just search it. So right now I want a banner, So something like this, right, where I can display some tagline, some heading, and some button. Okay, so I'm going to use this particular line of code. So in order to get the line of code, you can go to this view and here select the JSX. Okay, you also can check this on mobile view how it looks or on large screen. And in order to copy the code, select the JSX and then copy everything as it is. So I will copy this, and then once you copy, just go here and paste it here like this. Okay, I will open our application side by side, and I think everything is good. Let's save it, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful hero section. If I increase size, this is how it looks. On a smaller screen, this is how it looks. Right now, I'm going to modify this little bit. So on the larger screen, right, we are putting the item to be in the center, so that I will remove it. So make sure it's not in center now. Perfect. And obviously the color combination I will change. So right now they gave the red color. I will change this to primary, and for button as well I will change this to primary, and on hover I will change this to some purple dark. Okay, same thing, text purple 700, let's say 600, and here text will be primary. So some of the change, and if you see, it's changed all up at everywhere. Now let's rename this tagline heading. So here we'll say something like catchy word. Let's say create your form, and for in this text we will say in seconds, not hours. Okay, something like this. If I save this one, so this is how it looks on bigger screen. This is how beautiful it look like. Perfect. Also you can add more data, more structure, and here I'm going to change this text to gray color little bit, some light text gray 500, little lighter. Okay, and perfect. And we have this get started. Instead of get started, I will just say here create form, say AI form. Okay, and here also you can say okay create form instead of get started inside the header. Is up to you how you want. But now if you see, our header is now much more beautiful. Now here obviously you can add more information. You can just design, add some unique elements, some background, and you can add it. Obviously at the end of this course we can just modify, we are going to modify header with some more option. Here as I say, we can show the steps to create the form within a 3 steps. So that kind of thing we're going to add at the end of this course, but for now we'll keep as it is, because as I say, our main part is to develop the AI form builder and not the landing page. Okay, so we'll see you in the next section. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the authentication for our application, and if you see on the screen, we have this login process and registration process. Obviously we're going to implement both the things. So let's walk through the login process, right? So once user come on our application and he's existing user, right, he will enter the credentials. Obviously we are going to provide a social authentication like Gmail, Microsoft, Facebook. Okay, and that you're going to learn how to do it. And then once the credential is validated, then we will give access to the user. Depends on whether he is authenticated successfully or not. In the registration process, once user register, right, he will enter all the details, and then automatically also once everything is good, then we will give access to the users. And in order to implement this authentication service, we are going to use the Clerk authentication. So Clerk authentication is one of the best authentication service provider, and it's very popular. Most important thing, it has a lot of features. It also give you the UI kit, which help us to build application much more faster, and most important thing, it's free to use. Now if you go to this clerk.com, right, this is the official website of their Clerk application, and today's video is also sponsored by the Clerk. Now if you go to this clerk.com, you will find all of these features. They have a rich documentation and as I say, free to use. So first thing, let's create an account. If you don't have an account, so I will definitely suggest to create a new one and then go to the dashboard. Now I already have a lot of project which I already created, but here I'm gonna add a new. So go here and create a new application. So right now if you see on the right hand side, this is the UI kit that is predefined, but as I say, it's completely customizable. You can change everything. You can add your own page as well. Now here you have option to enable like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and there are a lot of more. Okay. Now here you can give application name. Let's say AI form builder, and you can select a bunch of options. I will keep the existing selection. Now click create application and then boom, your application is ready. Now here you will see the step to follow depends on your framework, and on the right hand side you have bunch of options for dashboard, organization, customization, and lot of more, right? And many of my videos I already use the Clerk, so you might familiar with this Clerk authentication service. Now first thing first, as we are using NextJs as our framework, so we need to install this dependency. So copy this dependency, go to your project, and then we have to install it. So just paste it here and install it. Next thing, we need to add this publisher key and secret key inside our .env.local file. So we inside the root directory, I'm going to create a new file and we can call it as a .env.local file. So whatever the variable we keep it here, right? We will make sure that is not accessible once we push the code, right? Next thing, we need to add this middleware.ts. So copy this and then inside the root directory, I will create a new file called middleware.js because we are using JavaScript and not the TypeScript. And then copy this content and then simply paste it here. Okay, and save it. Next, right now we are using app router, so we need to wrap our application inside this Clerk provider. So copy this Clerk provider tag, go to your project, and let me add it here. Okay, so inside this app we have the layout.js and simply we'll wrap it our application inside this Clerk provider. Make sure to import this Clerk provider, so just do control space, you will get suggestion, and then make sure to import this one. And then let's restart your application. So right now if I start to refresh it, see nothing get changed because the middleware.js file is very important. So right now we did not specify which route we need to protect or which pages we want to protect and which we want to give access without adding authentication, right? So that we need to provide inside this middleware.js file. But if you go to the documentation here, we'll continue to NextJS guide. Now this guide link and everything, I will put the link is in the description. Please go click on that one and go and open this documentation. So you'll find all of these details over here. Okay. Now once you go to this NextJS documentation and if you scroll down here, you will find this middleware which we already added, right? But click this reference, so it will jump to this Clerk middleware where you can actually configure this middleware. Okay, so first thing first, now we need to create this router match method, or we can mention what are the route we need to protect, right? So just copy this line of code and I will paste it here. So right now let's say we want to let me remove this line of code. We just want to protect this home page. Okay, this is just an example. And then if you scroll down, once we return this one, right, we just need to add this line of code or just copy all of these things and then paste it here and then save it. Oh, it's need to be export and save it. Also make sure to import this create route module. Okay, and then once everything is done, let's go back to our application, and here now it asking us to log in. Let me go to this localhost 3000 and boom, see it's come again on this same page, and this here we have the beautiful sign in UI. But wait, Right now, if you see, this is Clerk hosted sign in page, right? And that's what we don't want it. Obviously, you can add your own login page or own sign in sign up page on your own domain. Okay, so there is simple way we can do it. Let's go back to our documentation. I will click here, and here you will see the add a custom sign up and sign up page where you can build your own sign in and sign up page for your NextJs app with a Clerk. Okay, so here simple way that we need to create is we need to create these folders, files and all, and then we need to paste this code. So first thing first, let's create this file. So in order to create this folder and file, let's copy this path, go to your project, and inside here, let me close all of this tab. Inside this app folder, I will create a new folder called auth. Okay, and obviously this will be not considered as a route, and inside that I'm going to create a new file and paste this route. Instead of page.tsx, make it jsx and enter, and boom, if you see, everything, the folder and file automatically created for you, right? Next, copy this content and then paste it here and save it. Same thing, go here, copy this path because this is for the sign in, select the auth folder, add new file, make it jsx and enter, and then we have to copy this content and save it. Next thing, the third step, that we need to update the environment variable. So copy this environment variable, go to your .env.local file and then simply paste it here, and then now we can visit our new page. So let's go back to our page, and now go to this localhost 3000, and boom, if you see, now we have our own sign in page, and once it log in, it will go to this localhost. Obviously you can mention the redirect URL as well, but right now if you see, we have this header, and that's on that page we have this Clerk UI for the login. So cool, right? So that's how you can add it. Obviously you can add your customize your sign in page as well. So let's customize that one, but before that, let me talk about the Clerk new feature called Clerk element. Okay, which is in the beta for now, but in this Clerk element you have option to create your own sign in sign up page along with this UI as well. So you have complete control on what you need. Obviously if with this existing UI, right, you can even change the logo and everything, the button color and all. So if I go to this Clerk dashboard, and inside this customization, right, go to the branding, here you have option to update all of these things. But if you really want to completely change this sign in sign up page, that also you can do it in very easy way with the help of this Clerk elements. Okay, go ahead and try it. If you want to know how to do it, watch my previous video. In that one I already explained and already implemented this particular feature. But before that, let me tell you how can we update the login screen. Right now I will go to this hyperui.dev and search for this auth form. Right, this is the form they mentioned. I will use this form, quite easy. So here I click view JSX, and I will copy this JSX and simply go to this sign in page, okay, where you want to add that page, and paste the code. Now I will copy this sign in from here and remove this comment so you will not get any error, and then just search for the form tag maybe. So over here I will remove this form tag and simply I will paste this sign in component from the Clerk and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, you have the beautiful sign in page along with this Clerk authentication kit, right? Now here you have option to update something like, let's say, welcome to AI form builder, right? As soon as save this one, you will see it's changed over here. And most important thing, it's completely responsive. I see it's completely responsive, right? So that's how you can update the login and sign up page. Same thing or same way you can also update the sign up page as well. Okay, now let's log in. So I will select the Google, I will select the account, and then boom, it's jumped to the localhost 3000, obviously because we added the localhost 3000 as a protected route, right? But obviously we don't need that as a protected, because landing page will be free to use without any authentication. So go to this middleware and then remove this for now. Okay, obviously if there is a route called dashboard, for that obviously we need authentication, so I will just add the dashboard for now. Next thing, once we log in to our application, we have to make sure we will replace this get started button with some kind of dashboard button or a profile icon, right? So let's update that one. So let me close all of this tab, go to the underscore component where we have this header. Now in order to check whether user is logged or not, Clerk is providing one hook called use user. Okay, so here we'll say user is equal to use user, and if you see, this use user hook is importing from the NextJs. Now it also have a method called is sign in or is loaded as well. So is sign in will give you whether user is signed in or not. Let's save this one, and now right now we are showing get started, but here we can write a condition is sign in. So in this condition, with the ternary operator, we can write that show a button. So we'll add a button, we can call it as a dashboard. Now for this button I want just a border, so here we'll say variant as a outline, and along with this button let me add a div tag, and inside that I will add button, and along with that button the Clerk also provide one more component called user button, and if you see, it's importing from the Clerk's Next.js. Okay, like this. And if user is not signed in, then obviously show this get started button. Now for this one I'm gonna add class name, make it flex, item to be in sender, and gap of 5. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so it's saying that we use the use user. Obviously we use any hook, that hook can be used only on client side or client page, so we have to make this page as a client one. So we say use client and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have the dashboard button and this user button component from the Clerk. It gives you a beautiful profile icon. If I click on this one, we got this beautiful menu option where you can manage the account or sign out. Now if I click on manage account, you have beautiful option over here. See, okay, so right now obviously we are on a development mode. So if I go to this Clerk dashboard, we have the development mode, but here you can change it to the production instance as well. Once you have your own domain, add it, and then you need to provide the Google's API ID if you are using Google Authentication. Okay, so like that. So I think we are good on this part. I hope you understand how we implement the authentication service with the help of Clerk, and then how we beautifully added the or updated our header as well. So in this chapter we are going to implement the dashboard. So in the dashboard, main thing that we already have the header, and we are going to build the side navigation bar, which contains the list of menus, and they have option to select the one, and depends on that the particular screen we are going to render on the right hand side. Okay, so if I go back to our application right now, if user login, right, this get started button is not working correctly because we did not implement anything for that one. So let's fix this issue. So inside the button we have this get started inside the header component. Here I will just wrap this component inside the sign in button component from the Clerk Next.js, and let's put this button inside this one. Okay, so they provide this component, and through this component you can just use this. Now if I click on get started, boom, we have this beautiful sign in page. Let's log in now, and then we have this dashboard. Now on the click of dashboard, we want to navigate to the dashboard screen. So here I already created a new route called dashboard, and if you see, I created a new folder. Inside this dashboard I have this page.jsx file. Currently it's empty. Okay, and that's all, nothing fancy here, just the new page and the new folder. So it created a new route for us. Okay, and now if I try to go to this dashboard, see, I'm able to access it. Correct. And also if I go back to the header on this dashboard button click, we want to navigate. So simply you can add this link from the NextJs link, where you can add the hrefs, and inside this link you just need to put this button, and inside the hrefs you have to give the path where you want to navigate to. So in this case is /dashboard, and then save it. Now if I go back to localhost 3000 and click on dashboard, see it's navigating to the dashboard screen. Perfect, right? Next thing, we want to add authentication. If only sign in user can go to this dashboard page, right? So for that one, couple of things, couple of ways we can do it. We can either go through this middleware, or we can add the Clerk component, right? That's what we are going to implement, because this is a new way that we are going to implement. So let's go to this dashboard, and inside the dashboard we are going to add a layout.js page. Now let's add a default template, and here we can call it as a dashboard layout, because we want to add layout. The reason is we want this side navigation bar constant throughout the application if user is trying to access in dashboard. Okay, so that's the reason we added this one. And here we'll just render the children. So whatever route or pages which is rendering from the dashboard route, it will render through this layout. Okay, and once you're done with these children, obviously here we need to write render these children inside the curly braces, and then save it. Now if I go back to our dashboard, you will see it's still rendering as it is. But now here you can add sign in component like this. It means if user is sign in, then only show this dashboard page. So right now if you see, it's saying that some SWR config error, right? It's server side error, and you need to make this particular layout as a client side. So you can make this layout as a client side. And now if you see, if I try to go to the dashboard, okay, so one more important thing here, we need to add a sign in, not a sign in. So it need to be a sign in. Okay, and let's go back to dashboard. Now if you see that dashboard is accessing, but if I sign out and try to access the dashboard, see it's not showing that particular page. Okay, the dashboard is no longer showing. So for that one, obviously you need to log in, and then you will able to access the dashboard page. Okay, so that's how it works. So make sure this is a sign in, not a sign in. Sign in means once user is sign in, then show the children page, and it's not, then you can navigate to the login page. Next, we need to add the side navigation bar over here. Okay, so in order to add side navigation bar, I'm going to create a new folder inside this dashboard, and we can call it as a underscore component. So whatever components which we creating for this dashboard will keep inside this components folder. So here we will create a new file called SideNav.jsx, and over here let's add a default template for the SideNav. Now inside the layout, I'm going to add this one div and another div. So in this another div, I will keep this sign in page, and inside this div will put SideNav. Obviously we'll wrap this sign in page to complete layout. You can even do like this. Okay, and make sure to import this side navigation. Let's save it, and if you see, the text side navigation and dashboard is showing on the screen. Now for this div, let's add a class name. We'll give width of 64. Okay, when the screen size is medium. And for this one, I will give class name. When the screen size is medium, we'll give margin left to 64. We have to make this div as a fixed, and if I go here, you will see the side navigation bar up to this point, and after that dashboard will start. Now let's go to the side navigation bar. Over here I'm going to add a class name, then here we'll add a height to the screen, and we'll add some shadow medium, and we'll add a border as well. If I save it, you will see the side navigation bar like this. Next, let's add a menu list. So here I will just simply add constant, menu list, and we'll add a ID as a 1. Then name, we'll say my forms, and here we'll add an icon. Now in order to add an icon, right, when we install the ShadCN library, right, that time it also install these lucid icons. So it's a very rich icon library and very easy to use, as it's already installed, so you don't need to install again. And here you can find all of these things. For example, let's say form, and here you will find a bunch of different icon for you. So in this case we are going to use, for example, let's say this library big. Okay, so here you just need to write library big, and if you see, we got the suggestion, and you'll see this icon in the documentation, and it is importing from the lucid React. And then last is path. So for path, this is the default path I'm gonna give. Copy this multiple times because we want couple of more options. So we'll say library big. Over here we'll say responses. Then third we'll say, for example, analytics, and last we can say like settings, or we'll say my upgrade, and save it. Okay, for responses, let's see some icon. So something like message square. Then for analytics, I'm gonna add some graph, something like this. So let's add a line chart, and here we'll add some kind of shield and save it. Okay, so obviously once we have the proper path, we can add the path here. We'll just update this menu list. Now next we need to render this list of menu. So here we'll just simply add menu list dot map. Here we say menu comma index, and then we'll add a div, or let's add a h2 tag only. Now inside the h2 tag, let's add a key as an index, which is very important. And then here we need to add the icon. So you can access this icon using menu dot icon, and as this is the menu, the icon is a component, so you have to mention like this. And then you can simply give the title, so menu dot name. Let's save this one, and if I go back to our application, here this is how it looks. Okay, let's apply some styling. So let's bring in everything in one line. So flex item to be in the center and gap of 3. Perfect. Then for this div, add a class name. We'll add a padding of 4. Let's see how it looks. That's fine. Okay, and then for this class, we'll add a padding of 3. Let's add a 4, and let's save it. Let me check how it looks. That's fine. Also on hover, so on hover we want to change the background to primary, so we'll say background primary, and on hover we have to make text should be white and rounded corner large. So if I hover on this one, so this is how it looks. See, here you can give some margin 5. Let me check how it looks. Perfect. That's 4. Make it 4, but you also need to give some margin bottom to 3, so there is some gap. Perfect. Now here we'll say cursor pointer and save it. Now whenever you hover on this one, you will see the cursor get changed. Perfect, right? And the corner is also rounded. I think that's perfectly fine. Only the thing we want to change here, text is of gray color, something like 500, so little lighter. And when user click on this one, then we want to show it as a active. Now in order to show it as a active, right, we need to use the URL, this particular path, and depends on that one we want to show whether the menu is active or not. So let's go here and define constant path is equal to use path name, and this is importing from the next/navigation. So right now let me console it inside the use effect. So whenever application load, this use effect will get execute whenever we have the path information. Here I will simply console the path information and save it. Now if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, here you will see the string dashboard. If I go somewhere like, let's say 1 2 3 4, right now obviously nothing, the URL is not there, so it's not showing, but this particular depends on this path we will check whether the current path is same or not. Okay, so let's go back to our, let me go back over here inside our side navigation bar. Yeah, over here. Right now this path we already have, so obviously we'll comment this code, and we want to show the we want to apply the style conditionally. It depends on the condition, right? So here I will wrap it inside the curly braces and then this particular tag. Let me remove this single quote, and here we can write the condition. Let's say dollar path, what are the path which we are getting, dot includes, okay, and then the path, this particular path name. Okay, so here we'll say dashboard, for example. If this path include in this one, right, then only we want to show it as active. So here we'll say responses, then this is analytics, and then upgrade. Okay, if this path is matching with this our menu item list path, then we're gonna apply some different styling. So here we say path dot includes menu dot path equal to -1. If this condition matches, then we'll add background as a primary and text as a white. Let's save it and then test it out. So right now, okay, everything is matching. That's weird. So let me check it again. So here actually we don't need to check this include. Okay, here we just need to simply add a condition if path is matches with the menu dot path. Okay, I will tell you why. And if I save this one now, and if you see, my form is showing, because all this path is going to render through this dashboard. We say slash dashboard slash responses. Okay, so like this. So that's how we are going to implement. So I will just paste it everywhere so you will not misunderstood this one. Okay, so first is dashboard, and after that the responses come under the dashboard. So that's the reason we will give the route like dashboard slash responses. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, the dashboard it's showing, even though you refresh it, is still there. Perfect. So that's how we're gonna add this side navigation bar. Obviously once we added the payment method and all, right, here we need to show how many user created the form and all of these things and everything. Okay, so that one also we can add it, but let's try to add that one. Okay, here so I will add one div, and inside this div I'm gonna add a button, and here button will call create form, and inside the div we'll add a class name, we'll make it fixed, and we'll add at the bottom. Okay, let's say 20. So now if you see, this is how the form will get add. Let's try to add padding. Perfect. And after this create form, right, we need to give some specific width, let's say 100 pixel. Okay, because we make it as a fix, so that's the reason. And then for this button I will add a class name, width to be full. Here we'll say width, let's say 64. Perfect. And then below this one we want to add some kind of progress bar. So for that one I'm going to a shared CN. Let me check shared CN. Okay, shared CN, and if I go to the component of the shared CN, there we have one component called progress, which is this is how it looks, right? Very easy to use it. So first, in order to use this component, let's import this component inside your application, and then to use it, right, this is the way that you can use, and then simply import that particular statement for the progress. So here below this one, let's say add a div, and here I will paste it. Make sure to import this progress, and if I go back, you will see this progress bar. Obviously we need to give some margin top, so here we'll say margin y to 5. Perfect. Okay, now we have this beautiful progress bar. Here you can change the height and width, depends on your requirements. And below this one, I'm going to write some text. Here we'll say, for example, add a h2 tag, and simply inside that we'll add a strong tag to make some bold. Here we'll say 5, not 5, but let's say 2 out of 3 file created. Okay, and I just want to put this inside the strong and not all. Okay, and save it. And if I go back, this is how it looks. Obviously I'll get a class name. We'll make text small, and then margin top to 2, and also we'll make text of gray color, little lighter. Perfect. Okay, and this is how it looks. Here we can give some 10 only. Perfect. So this is how it looks. And one more message I'm gonna write below this one. Here we'll simply say, let me remove this, and here we'll simply say upgrade your plan for unlimited AI form build. And for this one also we give margin top, that's fine. Let's try to access, I don't know, I want to see how it looks, and that's, let's keep it as it is, 3. Perfect. And there we have. If you think that it's very top, you can just change to, let's say, 7. Perfect. And now we have this proper section where you can see how many form you created, and once you're done we will show it in red color. But once we have this all the implementation ready before updating this particular section. I hope you understand this particular implementation of side navigation bar, setting up the dashboard layout. Next we're gonna learn how to create the the create form with the help of AI. But before that we need to set up our backend for our application. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the backend. So we are going to set up backend with the help of PostgreSql as our database. So if you see on the screen, when user want to talk with the database, in between that we are going to use Drizzle ORM. So ORM is stand for the object relational model, which help us to fetch or do some CRUD operation on in the database. Okay, on the database side. So it provide a lot of functionality like to fetch the record or to make some operation on the database. And if you are new to the Drizzle, don't worry, because in this course we're gonna go step by step and we're gonna learn everything from the basic, from setting up the Drizzle ORM with connection of the PostgreSql and integrate that inside our application. So first thing, let's go to this Drizzle ORM website. Okay, so this is called orm.drizzle.team, and this is official website. It's a open source and completely free to use. Now let's go to the documentation, and here you will find all the documentation related to the Drizzle ORM. Now as we know that we are going to use PostgreSql, so select the PostgreSql, and then this is the command in order to install it. But if you see at the top, we have different service provider who support or who provide the PostgreSql for a free. So, or if you have your own, then you can go with this HTTP proxy and you can connect your own PostgreSql from your local machine as well. But we are going to use this PostgreSql from this Neon. So Neon is the PostgreSql service provider, and main thing is it's free to use as well. They have the paid tier, but for the development purpose or for small application, you can use a free tier as well. So if you don't have an account, create a new account. So let's go to the get started. And if you see, I already have an account. If you don't have, create a new one. Then you can create a project by clicking create project. So in a free trial, you can only create one project, and then in that one you will get a 512 MB of space. Once you select the project, you will see this dashboard, the uses and all. You can monitor everything over here. But let's go to the database. Okay, here you have option called database on the left hand side. And if you see, I already have some of the database which already there. So here click create new database, and here you need to give the database name. Here we'll simply say AI form builder, and just click create. Now if you see, this AI form builder database is created. Okay, next thing, let's go back to Drizzle ORM and then copy this command. Actually copy both the command, or let's do one by one. Go to your project, and inside the terminal, so I will open the terminal and paste this command, and we'll wait. So sometimes this command might get failed, okay, because of the React version. So we'll wait, and if you see, it get failed. It basically looking for the Angular, the React version 18.3.1. okay, but inside our application we have the version for the React is 18. Okay, so here just you need to update this version like this, and for DOM as well. Okay, now let's save it. We'll clear this one and do npm i, so it will install latest update, and then again run this neon database command, and if you see, this time it installed successful. Second command we need to execute, which is install, which help us to install Drizzle Kit SDK. We'll install that one, and we are good. Next thing, we need to create a index.ts file, and inside that we need to paste this line of code. So copy this, then go to your root directory, and inside here we're going to create a new folder. We can call it as a configs. Now inside this config folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js, and then paste the code which you copied. Now here if you see, we need to provide a database URL. Okay, so let me remove it from here, or you can keep it, and go to .env.local file. Here I'm going to create next public, will say database URL config, and over here we need to paste a neon database configuration. So let's go to this neon database again and go to the dashboard. Here you will see this connection details. Inside this connection detail we have option called connection string. Okay, but you can select the database which you want. So in this case I will select the AI form builder, and you will find this connection string, right? So copy this connection string and then go back to our application and then paste this over here. Okay, and save it. Now let me copy this variable name, and over here we need to replace with this connection string, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now here you have to make sure that you will export it so that we can use it anywhere throughout the program. Okay, next let's go back to this, and let me go to the Drizzle and go to the studio options. Okay, because after you set up the database connection configuration, right, here we need to come, and we already executed this line of code, so we'll skip this one. Then we need to create the schema, so let's go back inside the config, and here I will create schema.js file. Now schema is used to create the database table, along with it very easy to write your query as well. Okay, so as you said, as you check on the their website, that it is a TypeScript based ORM. Okay, it means you have to define the type, you have to define the field name, and it helps us to write the query as well, so that you will you did not have any error when you're writing some query. Okay, so in order to create schema, this is how you used to do schema. Okay, obviously in the documentation, and if you go to the schema section, you will find all the details how to create schema and all of this thing, along with this column types and everything. Okay, but for the example purpose you can just copy it and then we can just modify it according to our need. So let's say we have user data table, you can just paste it here. Now this is PG table, or we can do one thing, we can just create our own. Okay, that will be good idea. Now here, in order to create schema is quite simple. Right, constant, you have to give the some schema name. For example, here we can say forms. Okay, and then you have to write PG table, which is importing from this Drizzle ORM PG core, and then inside this one you need to give the table name. So in this case, as we say, forms. Then we need to provide the value. So first value is ID, as we want this as a auto increment, so you can mention like this serial ID dot, and you can make this as a primary key. Then I will write JSON form as a new column, and this will be a text. So I will import text and then give the column name, so JSON form. So here is thing, these are the actual column form. Okay, so what is the column you are going to create inside database, this is the column name and this is the field name in order to read some data or make some operation. So for that one you have to use this field name. And here text, here we need to say required, not required but not null, you can mention not null. Okay, so every time you need a JSON form. Then next we'll say created by, so who created this, so this need to be a varchar, and make sure to import this varchar as well. And here again we'll say created by. Okay, and this will be also not null. Then created date varchar, then at what time is created or what at when is created, so that is created date, or we can say created at. Okay, this is a not null. Okay, obviously there will be a few more columns, we can add it later on as well. So for now I will keep as it is. And then here you need to make sure to export this one. So this is the export constant form, and then we have all of these details. So here you can say form table, or that's fine, forms is fine, or we can JSON forms. Here as well I will say JSON forms. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Next, if I go to the documentation, here you need to add a new config file for the Drizzle ORM. So with this name, right, if you see drizzle.config.js, because we are using JS, so inside this root directory we need to create. Okay, make sure that you will create in root directory, make it JS, and then copy this command as it is and paste it here. So inside this process dot this environment variable, let's copy from this our environment and paste it here. Okay, and this will be as it is because we are using PostgreSql and the schema and all. So here in the schema we need to give a specific schema path. So here we'll say configs/schema.js and save it. So from the config folder we have the schema.js, and that path we just provide over here. Next thing, we gonna, let's save this one, and then inside the packet.json we're gonna add two scripts. One is db push, and inside that we will just write npx drizzle kit, and this we have write push. Okay, and another command will say db studio in order to run the studio, and here simple we say npx drizzle kit studio. Okay, so let me tell you about the studio. So Drizzle also provide the studio, so where you can access all the tables, and you can also have maintain or access all the record whatever you can want to do. Even you can run the query and all. You can see, we will see in a moment. So once you're done with this one, let's go to the index.js inside the config, right? And over here you need to provide the schema like this. Okay, so obviously you need to import that, so we'll say import star as a schema from, and then give the path like this. Let's save it and let's go back to our terminal. Let's try to run it. So npm run db and push. So this command will actually update our database with a new schema. So whatever the schema we created, if the table is not there, it will create a new table for us, with the schema which we created. So try to run it, we might get error. Let's see. So right now it's saying that no schema file found, path config, this particular one. And if path represent file, please make sure to use .ts or other extension in the path. So here inside this drizzle.config.js, make sure you start with the dot in order to access that file. So let me clear this one and let me run it again. And now it's saying either URL host database is required, that particular connection string. So sometimes in drizzle.config.js file, this environment variable cannot be accessible directly. So simply what you can do, go to the environment and just copy that particular string. So I will just copy this and then paste it here. Okay, inside the string like this, and save it. Now if I run this one again, so here's it. Serverless only can connect remotely on Vercel PostgreSql supervised instance through web stack. Okay, that's fine. And if you see, it's saying the changes are applied. Okay, now let's see whether it is applied or not. So you can even go to the neon database. Here you can select the tables and select the database, and here you will see the table which just created with this all the schema field which we added over here. Now let's try to run the studio. npm run db studio, and then if you see, our studio is running, and this is the URL in order to check. So I will open this URL inside the browser, and boom, we have this beautiful studio. On the left hand side you will see the table which we created called JSON forms. Inside that we have this ID and all of this column. Not only that, but you have option to add a record. You can save that one, or you have option to delete as well. Also you can even try to run the Drizzle query from here. Here this is the schema and this is the query where you can run, and you will get the output at the bottom. Or if you want to run the SQL query on these tables, you can also do that. Okay, obviously there are some settings below, you will find it, and there are a lot of more things, but studio is overall is quite good in order to access your records. So in this lecture we are going to implement the add form functionality, and we're going to connect with an AI model. So let's first understand how the workflow will be look like. So for example, let's say user click on the add form button, and once user click on add form button, we're gonna give a dialog to enter the prompt for which he want the form. For example, let's say he want a form for the student registration for the coding workshop, right? So he can enter that one. Then our application will connect to the AI model. For example, let's say a Google Gemini API or a ChatGPT API, or there are a lot of APIs available in the market. Now, currently Google Gemini API is free, so we are going to use that one. And once we have that, we gonna, after entering this prompt, we're gonna get the JSON form data. Okay, so obviously with this prompt, we're gonna add our own prompt along with the user prompt in order to get the JSON formatted data. Okay, now this JSON form data, we're gonna convert it into actual UI, and then we show it to user. But currently we're gonna focus on this particular workflow. Okay, and then next chapter we're gonna implement the actual form. But as I say, we'll learn how to add the form, and obviously everything we're gonna store inside our database as well. Okay, so first thing first, let's go back to our application, and inside that we have this dashboard page. Currently just the dashboard text is showing. So in this dashboard, I'm gonna add a h2 tag and we'll say dashboard. I will add a class name, font bold, text 2XL, and save it. Obviously for this div I'll add a class name padding of 10 and save it. Now if I go back to our application, we have this dashboard text return. Here I can make it like maybe a 3XL, and yeah, much better. Now on this line I'm also gonna add the add form button. So maybe we can add it here. We'll say button and we'll say plus create form. Now if you see, this button is coming to this one, but we want this create button on the right mode. So simply for this h2 we'll make a flex item to be in the center and make justify between, so it will be on the right hand side like this. Now on the click of this one we want to show a dialog, right? So for that one we're gonna use a shared cn libraries component called dialog. Okay, so let's search for the dialog and here it is. So if I open this one, this is how the dialog will look like. Okay, so copy this npm first and then add a new tab and we paste it here. Next you need to implement this dialog component. Now the thing is, instead of implementing everything over here, I'm going to create a component and we can call it as a create form component .jss. Now add a default template and save it. Now inside here we're gonna add this all dialog and all. So simply I will paste this, and for dialog let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, let me format this. Perfect. Now if I save this one, okay, obviously nothing will get see on the screen, but if you see the dialog trigger, the open is the actual dialog trigger which open the dialog for us. So basically we're gonna remove this button from here, okay, and I will replace inside this dialog trigger. Okay, make sure to import this button and then also mark this as a child. Then let's go back, go back to the page and make sure to import this create form component. Now this create form component has a button, so it trigger this dialog, so the dialog will open. Now if I go back, you will see everything is as it is, but if I click on this create form, now we have this beautiful dialog as well. Next there are a couple of ways that we can trigger this dialog. Okay, first is put this content inside the dialog, or other way, let's say for example you have this form over here. Let me remove this and we'll keep it here. Okay, if I save it on the screen, you see nothing get changed, and we'll remove this dialog trigger because if you don't want anymore. And here I will write one constant and it will say open dialog comma set open dialog is equal to use state. Now this initially will be false. Now one user click on this create form button, right, will simply set the open dialog as a true. Okay, and for this dialog it has a method called open. For this open method we'll just pass the open dialog as a boolean value, means which is true or false. Okay, and let's test this out. So as we use state, we have to mark this particular component as a client one. So use client and save it. Next, if I click on this one, you'll see the dialog is still opening. Okay. Next, if I go back, we'll remove this content and here we'll say, now simply here I will say create new form and save it. Now inside the description, I just want to add the text area. So if I go over here and just search for the text area, okay, this is how it looks. Make sure to import this component so that we can directly use this text area, and then use this text area component over here. Now make sure to import this text area and save it. Now if I go back, let's see how it looks, and then we have this beautiful text area. Okay, here need to be a create. After this one, we're gonna add a button as well. So I will add a div. Inside that I will add two button, one is for the cancel and other is for create. Okay, now this cancel button has a variant as a destructive. So if you go to this button component from the shared scene, right, you will see the different variant called destructive. Now this destructive has a background kind of red color, right, and their default, secondary, ghost, everything is there. Now for the variant destructive, it will be in the red color, and create as will be as it is. And you see, this is how it will look like. Now obviously I will make it class name flex gap of 2, then margin y to 3, and we want this justify in. Okay, let's see how it looks. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful form. For this form I will add a class name, we'll add margin y to 2, some gap. Okay, and inside the placeholder we can add a placeholder as well. We'll simply write a description of your form, right? Description of your form, and this is how it will look like. Okay, simple form, nothing special. Now once user add the information, we need to capture that information. So we'll define one state. So we'll say constant user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and simply here we'll set the user input as a sorry, my bad, obviously it's on change, it will emit the event, right? And then inside the event we'll set the user input using this event dot target dot value. Okay, and then save. Now whenever user enters something, if I click create form, enter something on the create, we'll get this user input as well. So we'll write one more method. Here we'll say constant on create form, correct, and here let's console the user input, and this on create form we need to attach to this create button. So here we'll simply say on click, click, and this particular method. Now if I go back to our inspect panel, go to the console, and here we'll write some sample data and click create. You'll see on the click we got the information. That's perfect. And on the cancel we have to make sure that we will close this dialog. So on click we also need to make sure it will close it. So set open dialog to be false. So when the user click on cancel, it will close this. Okay, so the basic UI for our create form is ready. Now it's time to integrate the Google Gemini API. So simply go to this ai.google.dev. I will also put the link in the description, and this is the official website in order to build the build from the Google Gemini API. Okay, so here you will find the API and all of these things. Also if I click on this Gemini API and go to this pricing section, right, Gemini API and pricing, you will see you will get a 15 requests per minute, which is quite good, and 1 million token per minute, which is free. It's a token per minute. Okay, so you can use as many as you want, and you can make it 1500 requests per day. Okay, which is I think quite sufficient, and it's free of charge. Okay, and the output also is free of charge, so you don't need to pay for the output. And if you want to more, you can do the pay per click or request per minute. Okay, and it's not that much bad as well, but it's starting from the 30th May, so we have some week to we start this particular plan. But right now you can use the free of charge plan, is completely free. Now once you are on this particular page, here you have option to sign in, or if I go here, let me search for the studio. I'm not sure with it. Yeah, Google AI Studio. Go to this Google AI Studio and sign in to the Google AI Studio, where you can actually test over here. And if you see, I already signed in, and you will see over here that you can just write the message and you will get the response. On the right hand side, you can select the model on which you want to work. You will see the token count as well, and all of these things. On the left hand side, you have option to create a new API, new prompt. Even you can save this particular prompt data as well. Okay. Now, simply we're gonna write a description, okay, in the given format. Let's say description, okay, then colon, and here we can write, for example, create form, or we can just write student registration for coding workshop on React and React Native. Let's say user only enter this much information, right? Then after that, we have to write, on the basis of description, please give me form in JSON format with form title, form subheading, then form field, form name, placeholder name, and form label in JSON format. Okay, and if I go to this advanced setting, here you can make the output in the JSON format. Okay, I will copy this and then just run this one. Now if you see, we got the form title and all of this information in the JSON format, right? And if I zoom it, right, you will see form title, then inside the form field you will see form name, the first name, the placeholder name, then again all the details you will see, the form label as well, and all information you will find inside this JSON format. And now this JSON format we want on our UI side or in our application, right? Now the question is how to integrate it, right? So if you see on the right hand side, we have option called get code. So obviously you can select JavaScript because we are working on JavaScript, and this is a sample code that you can implement in order to get the data, right? But we'll do step by step. So first thing, we need to install this Google Generative AI. Okay, so copy this command, go to your project, and then just paste it here. Okay, now it will install the generative AI from Google. Next thing, we need to import these constants. So let's copy this one, and then inside the config folder, so if we have this config folder inside the root directory, right, here we can create a AI model.js. Now paste this code over here. Okay, so this is just the import statement. Next, we need to import this API generated key and all of these things. Let's import all of this information from here to this one as well, up to this point. Okay, let's import all of these things. Next, this is the function in order to get the request from the ChatGPT, the Gemini API, right? So what we can do for now, let's copy until this point, okay, and then go back to our application, and here we can create a method called export constant API, not API, AI chart session is equal to, you can give any name, and then you just need to paste this line of code. Okay, so model, or you can keep all of these things, we can give the chart session or whatever you want to call, and paste it here like this. Make sure to exit all of this, and here we need to provide the history as an empty one. Okay, and then we have all of this. Make sure to export this one so that we can use it in other pages as well. Now in order to make a call, you just need to make this request, and that's all, right? Now let's go back to our create form, and inside here, okay, I'm gonna make that particular call. For example, let's say AI chat session, and if you see, it is importing from this config AI model which we just created, correct? And let me open this one. So make sure to use await, and then you have to provide the input, that's all. So this need to use await to make a synchronous call. Here will be the async, and simply we need to AI chat message dot model, if I'm not wrong, or dot send message. So here we'll say await dot send message. Okay, and inside that we need to write user input along with our message. So simply here I will get the result, and then we'll console this result as well. Okay, so we'll get the result inside the console. Now over here we need to pass the user input, but if you see the way that I wrote this particular description, right, obviously you can modify the description according to our need. So I will pause the video and I will just modify the description. So I just modified a little bit over here. I also added this field type and field required option in JSON format, and if you see my result, you will have the form title and description along with the form fields. It contains field name, placeholder, then label, field type, and the required. Okay, so all of this information are there. Now if you see, we have all of this information. The big form obviously is there, so I will just copy this description, okay, and then I gonna paste it over here. Or we can just do one thing, we can just write a constant prompt. I will add like this and just paste this line of code inside the string. Now obviously I only want some of the information until this point, okay, and then here we'll just add description, then plus user input plus our prompt. Okay, so here we'll just add prompt like this. So description which are concatenating with the user input, and then the prompt. So whatever the user input depends on that one, we'll get the result. Okay, now let's save it and then let's try this out. So we'll test with a simple form. So let me refresh it once. Let's close this one, click on create form. Here we'll say newsletter for my YouTube channel. Okay, newsletter, and I'll clean this and click create. So right now we got error that it's bad request and error in fetching. Please pass the valid API key. Actually, we forgot to add an API key inside our AI model. And if you see, this is the API key where we want to add it, correct? Now let's go back to our Gemini Studio, the Google AI Studio. And here you will have option to get API key. Okay. Now unsaved changes. Okay. And here if you see, I already have a couple of API key, but you can create a new API key from here. Okay, so if you see, I just created a new API key. You can search the project, and in that one you can create a new API key. As I told you in the beginning, it's free. Now I will use my existing API key, so I will copy this one, don't use mine, and then simply go to the .env.local file. Here I'm gonna add that API key. So Gemini, or we have to write like this, next underscore public Gemini underscore API underscore key is equal to, and paste this API key. Okay, now you have the API key. Let's test this out again. So go back to our application, but before that, just I got to know that, okay, make sure you will update this. Update this to next underscore public Gemini API key. Okay, now let's go back, create a new form, paste this, for example, say news letter for YouTube channel. Okay, I will click create, and if you see, boom, we have the beautiful forms, title, subheading, and inside that we have form field with the field name, placeholder name, form label, and the field type as well. How cool, right? Now obviously when you write any prompt and you want to attach your own description, you have to make sure that it's so very specific. Okay, so that you will get the exact result every time, like for this particular field name and all of these things. Okay, but if you see, now we have the result. Now next thing, we need to create some of the states. So constant, we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Now whenever the API is reading some data to us, right, we'll set the loading when user create the form, and as soon as we get the result, then only we'll say, for example, result.response.text, and then we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, or we can also set the loading as a false over here. Okay, this is required because we need to avoid user to click multiple times, right? So here we'll disable the button. So here we'll say disable. Okay, and if I just click disable, you will see the disable button like this. But you can add a condition: if disable is only when the loading is true. Okay, next we need to save this response in one state, or even though you did not save it, that's fine, because we're gonna store this information inside our database. But before that, we need to get the username who created this particular form. So in order to get the user information, you have to write constant user is equal to use user, and obviously from the Clerk NextJs. And over here, once we have the information, right, here we need to add a constant result, I will say response is equal to await db from the Drizzle ORM. Then we have to add the insert, we have to give the table name. So in this case is a form, JSON form, I think. Let me check the schema. Yeah, it's called JSON forms. Okay, so we have to, our table name is JSON forms. Okay, if you see, it's importing from this config schema which we created, dot values, and inside these values we need to provide all the value. Let's say if you do the control space, you will get all the field name, right? So let's add JSON form. Inside the JSON form, I will add this result.response.text as it is. Then next we want to add the created by, the who created this one. So in that one, you will add the user's email ID. So user dot primary email address dot email address, and the last is created at, when it get created. So that date we need to add it. So you can add a timestamp. Okay, it's up to you, or you can just use one library, okay, to format the date. So here we'll say npm I moment. Okay, so this is a very popular library in order to format date. Now let's say, for example, you want to format this using moment dot format. You can pass date, whatever date you want. If you did not pass, it will take the current date, and here we'll say dd slash mm slash yyyy. So this need to be a dd capital. Okay, so date, the month, and the year. Let's save this one, and here we'll simply return the ID of the inserted record. Okay, so here we'll simply add a ID which is the form, JSON form dot ID. Obviously I want to console this response. Okay, here we'll say new form ID or new inserted form ID. You can say whatever, because we are just consoling over here. Okay, so I think we are good. I will remove this console from here because we don't need it anymore. And obviously we are getting response, we'll console that thing, and I think we are good for now. Now let's go back and test this particular scenario. Now create from, I will create a small form with the same prompt newsletter for my YouTube channel, and then click create. Now if you see, it was disabled for a moment, and now we have this console, which is the form, and you will see new form ID, and inside that we have the ID of inserted form. Now if I go to this Drizzle Studio, refresh this window, and boom, we have this beautiful JSON form information, and here you will see all the form. Right now I think only we have one field. Let me cross verify inside our console. So here you will see we only have the one field, and that's the reason it also saved it as a one field. And then we have this JSON form information. Okay, sounds good, right? So this is how, guys, you can create a form, store it inside your database. Okay, next thing, as soon as you have this ID, okay, the returning ID. So for example, let's say you can return the ID using response, and go back. Inside the response we have the 0th element. Okay, and then it will be like this dot ID. Now we need to pass this ID to our new page, where we're gonna use that page to format the form or add some style and all of this information, right? So what you need to do, we'll create a new route outside of the dashboard, obviously. So over here I'm going to create a new route, and then we can call it as a form style, or you can give any name, or you can say edit form. Let's say edit form, makes sense, right? And click enter, and this edit form has a dynamic route. When we say dynamic, right, let me tell you the example. So for example, you want to go to this edit form, and if I want to go, for example, form ID 1, right, this will be our route. But what we have, this 100 of forms, right? The ID after this we gonna change every time, correct? So for that one we need to create a dynamic route, because we cannot create that much folder. So in order to create a dynamic form, you just need to write, or you need to create a form, start with this square bracket, and here you need to give a form ID, something like this. Okay, and then click enter. Now you, whatever the form ID you will pass, it will create automatically that route. And then inside this one you need to create a page.jsx file. Add a default template. Here I will simply rename as a edit form, and here we'll say edit form. Okay, let's save this one. Let's create a form, let's save it for now. And now if I open any of this ID, right? Okay, so I don't know why it's showing edit form. Let me go back. Oh, sorry, I renamed this edit form, right? Let me change this to edit form, save it, and now if I click it, see, every time if I change any ID, it is still me showing the edit form. That's what we wanted. Now whenever we have this ID, we'll simply redirect it to this edit form. So in order to redirect it programmatically, or route it programmatically, you need to write constant route is equal to use route, or use router from the next / navigation. And over here, right here we'll say if response 0 dot ID, then we want to navigate using route dot push, because we want to push a new screen on the top of the existing screen. And here we just need to write edit form / and the ID which is getting from this form, right? So here we'll pass that particular ID, something like this. See, edit form response of ID and that information. Okay, and I think that's good, and save it. Now one more important thing, when we are getting the information from the API, right now we are disabling this button, but along with that I also want to show some kind of loading. So here I'm gonna write condition, if loading is true, then I'm gonna show the icon, which is the, we'll say, loading icon. From the Lucid React we have different icons, see. So we'll select this loader 2 icon, and if not, then we'll display the create button. And for this loading icon I'm gonna add a class name. Here I'm gonna add the animate spin, animate spin TailwindCSS class, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So if I go back, let me go back the create form. Let me refresh this one. Now we create a form. Here I can say, for example, student registration for football team. Okay, and then click create. And if you see, we have this beautiful loading icon, right? So until it's getting the information, it's loading the information, and boom, we redirect it to this edit form page. And if you see the ID, which is the inserted ID inside our database, which is ID 3. Now let's go back to the database. If I refresh this, now if you see, we have ID 3 and we have the JSON formatted data as well, and everything is there. And if you see, we have the first name, last name, email, phone number, the position on which user that particular student want to play, the experience level, and this experience level you will see the field type. I don't know why field type did not came up, but we can add that one, and they have the option as well. Okay, so only quick thing we're gonna update that, make sure to we will tell our AI that okay, also add the field type. Okay, so it will also add field type, and I think we are good for now. So that's how guys you can generate the JSON formatted form from the Gemini API, and we store inside our database. Next thing, we will gonna learn how to display that form on the UI, and then next we're gonna learn how can we edit that form, how can we add a different style to that particular form. Now once we implemented this particular section, now it's time to fetch the data. Depends on the ID of that particular form record, and then we're gonna convert this JSON into actual form, and then we'll show it to user. But the first thing, as you know that inside our studio we have this record ID with a 3, and from this ID we're gonna fetch the user's form information depends on the user email as well. So let's make sure our Drizzle Studio is running. So I will just make sure it's running. So it might be fail. Yeah, I will run it again. And right now if you see, let me change. Yeah, and if you see, we have this 2 form. Okay, let's try to fetch this form ID 3, and if you see, we have this created by user's email ID as well. So let's go back to our application, and over here where we have the edit form option. So inside the page.jsx, we'll convert this page on client side first, and then we'll try to fetch it here. So we will say constant get form data, and inside this get form data we'll write constant result. We'll make this as a async is equal to await db dot select. Now here we'll select all the data from here we need to give the table name. So in this case is JSON form, and after this one we have to write where clause. Okay, because we need to write a condition which is matches with the equal to sign, with the equal to sign, and as well as the form ID. Only that form ID information we want to fetch, right? So in order to get the form ID from this URL, right, this is simplest way, because as you know that this is the dynamic route and the form ID which is the dynamic, right? So in order to access that form ID, you just need to pass it as a param like this, and this param will return this form ID as well. Okay, now in order to print this out, you just need to explain, or you just need to add equal to, make sure to import this one, and then you need to mention JSON form dot ID is matches, we'll do comma, and matches with the params dot form ID. Now this form ID should match with this dynamic folder ID, okay, or folder name. So that is nothing but this param dot form ID. And once we have this one, we'll write another condition where, or we can just add the AND operation over here. Okay, so you can write AND operation in between this where, so just write AND from the Drizzle ORM, and then you can add two equal condition, give comma, again write one more equal condition, and here we'll write JSON forms dot created by, and here you need to give users information. Obviously, in order to access the user data, you need to write use, let's say user is equal to user like this, and save it. Now simply you can just access this user's email ID using user.primary email address dot email address. Okay, and that's all. Let me bring this down. Perfect. And now inside this result we will get the actual result. So I think we missed one more. Yeah, and we'll just console this result for now. So we'll see what we are getting. Now this get form data we need to call once this component get load and once we have the user's information. Okay, so when we have user information, we'll execute this get form data. So here we write user and then save it. Let's save it and go back to our application. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, let me clean this out. If I refresh it, now you will see the information, see, and we got the result as well, which has a created by, created, and we have the JSON form. Obviously this JSON form is in the form of string, but we can convert it into the actual JSON format using the JSON parse, but we got the data, right? Now this information we're gonna save in one state, so we'll say constant, and we want to only save JSON form data. Here we'll say JSON form comma set JSON form is equal to use state, and as we'll get the result information in the first array because it's a list of array, so that's why. And here we'll simply add set JSON form, and then here we can write a condition like response or result of 0 dot JSON form. Make sure it's correct. Yeah, and then we have to parse this one, right? So here simply I will add JSON dot parse, and then we'll pass this string, so it will convert our string JSON into actual JSON. You can even console this one, so you will get to know, and save it. Here make sure it's a JSON form, okay, in small f, and save this one. And if I refresh the screen now, you will see on the right hand side we have the actual, that particular console we read it, and this is now in the form of actual JSON. Okay, and that JSON we already save inside this state as well. Perfect. Now next thing, we want to divide our screen into two sections. Okay, so let me show you how. So let's say we have this edit form screen, and inside this on the right hand side we're gonna add one container, and on the right hand side we're gonna add another one. Now on this side we're gonna show the form, and on this side we show a controller to add a styles or appearance, right, or any color combinations, borders. So these are all the customization we can do on this particular side. So when you click on any of these color change or style, it will update in the form. So for that one we'll add a div. Make sure for this div I will add a class name padding of 10, and here inside this div we add two div, one for controller and one for the form. So here we'll just say, let's say controller, and here we'll say form. Okay, now let's add a class name, make it flex. We'll add a flex, also not flex, we need a grid, so we'll make grid column 3, and out of this 3 column we'll assign 2 column to this form. So we'll just say column span 2. Okay, and when the screen size is smaller, so we can write here this particular condition will applicable when the screen size is medium, and for a smaller screen just add grid column 1 and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the two column, one for controller and one for the form. Okay, if I increase the screen size, this is how it will look like. Now simply here I'm also gonna add h2 tag for a back button. Here I will add left arrow, let's say left, yeah, this arrow left, and here we'll just simply say back. I will add a class name, I will make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, and perfect. Okay, so obviously I'm going to add a margin y to 5, so little space, and I will add a cursor pointer. Also on hover we'll scale the size to 105, and for smooth transition of that animation I will add transition on. See, so it's moving. Actually we don't want that one, we just want to scale. So let's see how it looks again. So that's weird. Okay, we'll remove this hover, then we'll just on hover I will make font to be bold, something like this. Perfect. Okay, so on back, obviously we want to go back or previous screen. So in order to go to the previous screen, we'll just simply add constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and on the click of this one, so you can add on click or you can just navigate using link as well. Let's add with this one. Here we'll say router dot back and then save it. Now if I click on this back, see it going to this previous screen. But let's go back to our edit screen where we want to implement this form or want to display the form. Next, once we are in this form, you can add some padding or height, something for the controller and the form as well. So for a form, I'm just gonna add a border. We'll say rounded large, and let me see this is how it looks. We'll add padding of 4 and height to the screen. Perfect. We have the height to the screen, so it's scrollable. That's perfectly fine for now. And also for this div which has a controller, here I'm gonna give a padding of 5. We'll add a border as well, rounded large, and some shadow effect as well. And if I go back, we'll refresh this one. This is how it looks. Right now you can give a gap between these two, so we'll add a gap of 5, so we'll get this design like this. Okay, now let's implement the form. So in order to implement the form, I'm going to create a component inside this edit form, and you can call it as a underscore component folder, and inside that one I'm going to create a new component called form fields.jsx. Now add the default template and save it. Now inside this form ID, right, we already fetching this form and putting in the JSON form, right, and here we only getting this JSON form detail. Now let's add this form field, or we can rename this one actually. Just rename this, or we say form UI. Okay, and I will add a default template as a form UI, and here I will implement as a form UI. Now to this form UI, I am going to pass a JSON form as a JSON form. Let me check it's correct. Yeah, JSON form. That particular state information will pass to the form UI. Make sure to accept over here and save both this component. Now inside the form UI, we just need to iterate this form UI by each field. But before that, let's add a h2 tag for the form title. Okay, so here we'll just give JSON form dot the title. Let me check the title. So let's go to the inspect panel where we have the JSON form information inside the console. So over here, if you see, we have this form title, the field name I wanted as a form title, and the next we have the form description. Just make sure it's correct, or form heading. It's called form heading. Okay, that's fine. And then if I save this one, if I go back, this is how it will look like. But for this div, I'm going to add a class name, and we'll make this as a border for this one. Also, we'll add a padding of 5. Okay, and we'll make this in the center. So make it flex item to be in the center, justify in center. Now if I go back to form UI again, so this is how it looks for now. I think that's fine. And now for this one, we'll add a padding of 5 too. Now let's give a class name. So for h2, we'll add the font bold and text align center, and also we make text to Excel. Perfect. And the description, we have the class name, we add text small, text gray color little bit, and for this form I'm going to give a text primary, but it's up to you how you want. I will keep for now as it is, and then save this one. Perfect. I make it text to be in the center, so it will be in the center. Oops. Okay, perfect. Okay, next, once we have this football registration, right, inside there we need to iterate this field, and in that field we have, if you see, we have the field title, field name, and all of these things. Okay, now over here I created a new form, but inside that I will make sure that it comes with the field type as well. This is very important. For example, in this case the field type is text, but if I go to this position, right, and it has a select, and field type is also select, and it has an option as well. Okay, so that is very important. So in the description you just mention in that way. Obviously you can get it from the source code if you face any issue. Now here I will use JSON form dot fields. I will just make sure it is correct, fields, yeah, and then we'll iterate this, or we'll map this as a field comma index like this, and inside that I will add a div. Okay, now whenever the field for now, okay, let me do one thing. Let me just add an input. Okay, so we'll add an input from this. I don't know whether we added the input or not. I think we need to add input component from the shared CN. So let's go to the shared CN. Inside the component we have the input component. Let's install this component first. I will just paste it here, and then it will get installed. So in meanwhile we can use this input component, and then you can provide the type as well over here. Okay, so in this case we already have the type, so here we say field dot type. Okay, and obviously it has a placeholder, so we'll give the placeholder as a field dot, and what we are calling to the placeholder, let's see, it's called placeholder only, and placeholder. Along with that, let's give the name as field dot, and its field name. Okay, this is important when we are fetching data for the user, right? Means when you for the user for form, when we user submit data, right, this with the help of this field name we are using, we will fetch the data. Now let's save this one, and let's go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful input box. Obviously here this is not getting showing because the field type is different. Okay, if you see, we have different field type, like checkbox we have, or we have the a select field, okay, radio field. So that's a different field. Obviously you need to import that one as well. But first thing, now here let's add one div, and inside this we have this input. Now along with this one, I'm going to add a label, and to inside this label we'll use fill dot and the label, so which call the label only. Okay, so we have this beautiful label. Obviously I'm going to add some style to this one, so add text small, and text is of gray color 500. Okay, we can put right for now like this one, or we can just say text, let's say primary content, how it look, I'm not sure, that's weird. Let's make it text small and text gray for now, and save it. Perfect. And let me try to get it access. Perfect. And then for this div, I'm going to add a class name margin y to 3, so some spacing between this one. Okay, and this is how our form will look like. Obviously if you see it's very congested, obviously you can give the minimum and maximum height, and here I will just add minimum, not minimum, but width is of 600 pixel when the screen size is medium or larger. And if I go here, this is how it will look like. Okay, next thing, we need to add a select component. So I will go to the chat CN, go to the select component. Okay, and this will be look like list, and let's import this component. And obviously here we're gonna add a condition. So if field type is equal to text, right, then we will add it, but not add a text here, we will add a select. Okay, because otherwise we will show this text. Okay, and for the select, now this is the example for the selects. Let's add this import statement first, and then we'll add this select like this. Okay, I don't know what's happened over here. Okay, this is question mark need to be here, and then if the field type is select, then it will show the select box. Now let me show you how it looks, because obviously we did not update anything, but in this case if you see, this is the select box, and that's why it's showing this select. Okay, but now once we have this select, obviously we need to add our own value. So inside the placeholder you have to write field dot fill, or not just a placeholder, right, placeholder. Also I want width to be full, I'll make width to be full, and now we have this select the URL position as of placeholder. Obviously we need to update with our own options as well. So this is quite easy. So if you go to this JSON data, right, you will, let me go over here inside the object, and you will see this field, right. So in this case, in the position, you will see the placeholder as well. Okay, which is the sorry, not a placeholder but option. Inside the option we have the array, so we just need to iterate this one. So here we'll say field dot options dot map, and here we'll say item comma index like this, and inside that we'll add this one select item, because that's what we are going to iterate. Just remove these items, and over here we'll say item dot, it's just item actually, so just item will need to print, and for the value we'll print as an item. And here let's close this tag, and then let's save it. Obviously mark this as a key as an index over here, and over here as well mark key as an index. Let's save it, and if I go here, and you'll see now we have the actual value: goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, and forward. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Also we need to give this label, so I will just copy this label for the select field as well, and we'll paste it here, not here but inside this select, and obviously we need to wrap this in one div like this, and obviously we'll apply the same margin which we applied for the text div, and now we have this beautiful label along with this field. Okay, for the experience level, let me see what is the field type. So for the experience level, we have the field type of radio, and in that we have these three options. So for the radio group, again go to the shared CN, find the radio group component, and then we'll copy this component, make sure to install this, and then in order to use it, first we need to copy this import statement, paste it here, and then copy this use case. Obviously we're going to modify this one. So here again, once we have this select, here I'm going to write one more condition. So here we'll say field dot, obviously colon need to be here, so field dot field type is equal to radio, right? Then we want to add one div, div, and inside this div we'll paste this radio group component. Okay, now if I save this one and let me show you how it will look like. So right now we got one error that label is not imported. So okay, interesting. So we need to import the label component as well from the shared CN. So go to the shared CN, search for the label component, and just import this one. Npm, and then inside the terminal I will paste it, so to make sure it available inside our application. Now if I save it and go back to our application, just to make sure, now we have this beautiful radio button. Perfect. Now for this radio button, obviously I need to add a label, so I will copy this label and I will paste inside this, and here we have the label. That's good. Obviously we need to iterate this radio item group item, and then we're gonna just iterate this one. So I think we need to iterate all of these things. Okay, so here we'll add a field dot options, make sure it's correct. So options, and if you see in the option we have label and value, right? So we'll map this one as item comma index, and inside that we'll put this div so that it will get iterate, depends on that how many options are there. And for the this particular option, right, if you see we have the label. Okay, so I will just put options dot label, and here I will also give option as a label only. Okay, but let me think. And now if you see the radio group value, okay, and this value need to be same, so I will just use option dot label, and here as well I will use same option dot label. Okay, and the ID which is the option 1, option 2, right? Here you can obviously change this one, it's up to you, but let's give ID same as a label. Okay, so option dot label, and default value I will keep as a option dot label. Let's save this one, not option dot label, but here you can set some default value if you want. Let's for now I don't know whether we want to, but let's remove it for now and let's save, and let's see whether how we got it. So right now we got one error saying that JSON form dot field. Let me refresh it. This error might happen because it takes some time to get the data from the database, right? So let me try to tweak something. Okay, so right now in option is not defined, it's saying. Let's see in our JSON field whether it's a options or option. So this need to be a options with a S, right? And we have a different error. Let's see. So this need to be an item actually. So item dot label, okay, not option. So make sure to update everywhere, save it, and let's see. Boom. And if you see, wow, we got this beautiful radio buttons, right? And we have this label as well. If you want, you can give the label some padding margin, but for now I will keep as it is. Okay, perfect. Next, component. Let me go back to our JSON. If you see, the next component is a checkbox, right? And if I go to the shared CN checkbox a component, okay, this is the example, this is how it will look like. And also just make sure this checkbox is a required field, and it has a lot of different field to select it. Okay, so let's implement this functionality as well. So first copy this checkbox import the command to install it, and then use this import statement. So I will just paste it here, and next we need to just use this checkbox. Okay, so if you see the code, this is how it will look like. Okay, along with the checkbox you need to add your own label. So I will use this checkbox, and if I go below this, let me format this first, because we are adding all the field which we require to in order to display the form, right? Now here I will add question mark, and we'll say field type is equal to checkbox, right? Then we want to add a div like this. Okay, now inside this div, obviously I will add one more div. Inside that I will add h2 tag, and here we'll display field dot let me check what is this. So it has the different label, but before that we need to give the label name. So about this one I will give label, and inside this we'll just give fill dot label, and then after this we will just iterate this. So here we'll say fill dot options dot map item comma index, and inside here we'll iterate that value. Okay, so I will paste this checkbox, make sure to import it, save this one, and let's see whether we are getting data or not. So cannot read property undefined, so which we are getting inside the fill dot options dot map. I think then we are incorrect somewhere. Let's see quickly. So this need to be field options dot map. It look like correct, but let's use this question mark. So optional field, something like this. Let's save it, and now if you see we have this checkbox. That's perfect. Now for this checkbox, obviously I'm going to add a div. Inside this div I'll put this checkbox, because for each of the checkbox we need to give the name. So here we'll just say h2 tag, and here we're gonna add item dot, what is this field name? If you see, the field name is value and label. Okay, so we'll use the label everywhere, label, and then we have the checkbox for that one. I think checkbox need to be first, right? Yeah, something like this. And then we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and save it. And now boom, we have this beautiful checkboxes. Obviously for this div I will add a class name margin y23, and for the label I will copy this class name for this checkbox label. Okay, something like this. And now we have this availability checkboxes. Perfect. The last, we have agreed terms and condition. I don't know what is the field for that one. So the field type is checkbox, but it don't have an option. Okay, so here inside the checkbox only we can add a condition that if field dot option is there, right? So field dot, here I can write a condition, if field dot option are there, then show this one, otherwise just show the single checkbox. So we'll add a div with the checkbox, not like this, and then the h2 tag for the label. So here we'll just say label, field dot label. Okay, if I save it, now you will see this one. Obviously we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex and gap of 2, so it will be in one line. Okay, so it's saying do you agree terms and condition. Now another important thing we need to do is to remove this hide screen because we don't want this anymore. Okay, and now we have this beautiful form. Obviously one more important thing I want to add is for rounded corner for this one. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful form. It has all of this information like radio button, the check boxes, the single check boxes and all. Only for these check boxes, if you see, these check boxes is not aligned properly, right? So it's quite easy. Here you need to add item to be in the center, and over here as well for the radio button as well. Okay, radio button is already there. Perfect. Okay, and your form are ready. Perfect. Now obviously there are a lot of things we're gonna play with this one because we need to implement controller which can customize your form. But before that we have to also make sure these form field are editable. If user comes on this one and user want to remove some field or some update or edit some field, he can do that. That what we are going to see next. Now in this section we are going to give option to edit each of this field. So in that one user can edit this field name or user can edit the placeholder for this text input. Also along with that one we're gonna give option to remove any particular field. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside here I'm going to get a new component under this component, and we can call it as a field edit.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now I will just import this particular template inside this div only. Okay, so here we are iterating these fields, and here we have the div, and inside this div I created another div, and simply I will add this field edit component. Okay, now let's go to this field edit, and inside this field edit I'm going to add the edit icon like this. See, okay, from this Lucid React. Save it, and if I go back to our application, this edit icon will look like this. I will just change this little bit, like class name I will make it height 4, width 4, let's make it 5, and let's see how it look. Perfect. And now I want this edit button along with this label on the right hand side, right? So to this form UI for this particular div I'm going to add a class name. We'll make width to be full, sorry, not width to be full, we'll make it flex for now. And if I make this flex, the structure is not look good right now, right? So for this text input, as for select, we'll give for all of this field, obviously we'll give the width as a full. So for example, let's say for text input, right, I mark it this particular div as a width full. This is how it will look like. Perfect. Same thing I'm gonna do for all of them. So width to be full. Here we mark width to be full, margin y to 3. I forgot that one actually, so that's why I adding. And here as well, width to be full. If I save this one, and now our form is perfectly fine. Now to this edit, right, I am little bit going to modify, or I'm going to apply some style. So here we'll add text gray, let's say 500, and along with the edit I'm gonna also put one more icon for the delete, and the color I'm gonna give is the red 500. Okay, and save it. I think that's perfectly fine. Let's make it class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and instead of this delete we'll make it trash, actually trash can, so that will be good one. Perfect. Okay, so obviously you can put it nearby this phone number as well. It's up to you how you want it, but I will keep as it is. Just I want to add here item to be in the center, so it will be look like this. Okay, so we have option to edit and delete each of this field. Let's do gap of 2 2. Now if I go to the field edit, right, on the click of this edit we need to add some kind of pop over message or some kind of dialog, so that we can pass this information and user can edit it. Now once we add this one, we're gonna use the ShadeCN popover component. So if I go over here and you will search this popover, so if I click on this button, you will see this beautiful popover on the button click. Okay, so this particular component we are going to use. So copy this npm command and make sure to install in your application first. So I will paste it here so that it will get installed, and then in order to use it, copy this input statement, we'll paste inside the file edit because we want to open the popover on the edit button click. Okay, then we'll use this popover message, or not message, the use case, and we'll simply paste it here. Then this is the actual trigger. Okay, the trigger means whenever user click on this open text, it will open this popover content. So obviously we want on the click of edit, so we'll paste like this, and I will just move this above the trash. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and then if I click on this one, see, we got this beautiful popover. Now inside this popover, obviously we're gonna add our own UI in order to add input and labels. So first thing, I will add h2 text, and here we'll say edit fields. Then after this, I added one div tag, and inside that we'll add a label. We'll say label name. The class name I will make text access. Then we'll add an input from the ShadeCN. For this input, we'll give a type as a text, and we will provide the default value. So default value. Okay, this default value obviously we're gonna send it in a moment, but for now I will keep as it is as empty, and then on change event will apply to this particular input. Okay, so obviously we will define one state. Actually we will define two states, one to hold label and one to hold the placeholder name. So here we will say label is equal to use state, and for the placeholder, and here we'll say set placeholder. Now simply we'll say set label event dot target dot value, and let's save this one. Obviously we need to pass default value, so let's go to this form UI where we use the field edit. Right here we're gonna pass the default value will be the field value, so all the field information will pass, because obviously this field, the field edit is inside this json.field map. Okay, so we'll pass this field information, and here we'll accept it as a default value. Now simply we'll say default value dot label, and then save it. Save this component as well, and then go back to our application, and if I click on this one, you will see the default value. So whatever the label value is there, that is displaying inside this input. Same thing if I open this one, you will see the last name as this one. Now obviously along with this one, we also want to add for the placeholder. So here we'll say placeholder, and here obviously I'm going to change as a placeholder, and we'll set the placeholder this time. Okay, and save it. If I go back, and here you will see this placeholder name which is matching with this placeholder name. Okay, then the last we want to add one button, so we'll simply add a button, and we'll say update. Now to this button I'm going to add a size which is small. Okay, and then we'll add on click event. So on the click of this one, we say on update. Okay, this need to be on update, on update. Okay, and here we're gonna simply pass the label as a label and placeholder as a placeholder. okay, because this placeholder and label we already setting it on the input change, and already we have this state, right? That this state information we are passing to this on update, and this on update will pass back to our parent component, okay, through this one. But for now, okay, yeah, let's pass this one because otherwise we will get error. And this on update will go over here and will simply accept inside our parent component. So here we'll say value, and right now we'll just console this value. Okay, let's save this one, go back to our application, and I will open the inspect panel so that we can see on button update button click whether we are getting information or not. So here we'll say first, or we'll say, let's say we'll rename this to full name, okay, and enter your, we'll say full name, and on the click of this update you will see on the parent component, because we console it, we got this information which is we rewrite we updated to a full name, right? So perfect. Just inside this field edit for this button, I'm gonna class name, and we'll simply add margin top to 3, so we'll get some, yeah, like this. Perfect. Next, on inside this parent component where we have this on update, and we console this one right here, we actually going to write method so that we can update our JSON. So I'm going to create one method over here, and we'll say constant on field update, and this will take 2 parameters. One is the value and other is the index, at what index is get updated, right? So let's copy this method name, and instead of console we'll use over here, and along with this value, okay, we're also gonna pass the index, okay, because if you see we already have this index information. Now simply over here we'll say form JSON form, okay. Actually we need to pass this form, means this on field to again previous screen, because if you see to this form UI we are getting JSON from the previous screen, okay. So let me remove this from here, and what we can do, we can simply pass this on field update to our parent of this form UI, okay, because that's where we are getting this JSON form, okay. So don't worry, it's quite simple because we already have the form UI component, and if I do the control space we'll get, okay, this is the field that also pass from this from UI. And over here I'm going to create a new method, constant on field update, which will take value comma index like this, and then we'll add on field update over here. Now let's console it for now, okay, make sure that we are getting data. So value comma index, save it, and let me clean all of this thing. If I click something test, click it, and if you see we got this console along with the index, and same with this as well. Perfect, right? Now we simply remove this console log and we'll write a condition. Now here if you see inside the JSON form we are already storing the data, right? That value we are going to change here. So we'll say JSON form dot field, and in that field at that particular index, because we are already fetching this index value, right? At that index for that label we want to update with the actual label value dot label, because inside that value we have label and the placeholder. Same thing I'm going to do it for the placeholder as well, and here placeholder, okay. Let's save it, and I will just console this JSON form. Now go back and refresh the screen once, and if I change this to first name 1 for example, update it, and if you see inside the field the label is get updated, right? But on the UI it's not updating because we are not setting the value for this JSON form. We are just updating the JSON form, but we have to set that value, right? And we cannot set from here, we need to set it through this use effect. So I'm going to create one state we call update trigger comma set update trigger is equal to use state. Okay, and whenever this value of this update trigger change, we're gonna execute the use effect. Okay, as simple as that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define use effect over here, and simply this use effect will execute on update trigger. Okay, and whenever the value of this JSON form updated, right, we will just set the save trigger with the date dot now. So what will happen, every time it will update the update trigger with the current timestamp, and obviously timestamp will be changed in every second, right, or every millisecond as well, and then this use effect will get executed. Now inside this use effect, we will set the form JSON form, sorry, set JSON form, which is the JSON form. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So here I went, we'll say 1 2 3, say update, and boom, if you see, the name is updated immediately. Okay, same thing, for example, let's say placeholder and update, and it updated the placeholder as well. But here if you observe one thing, right, let me refresh the screen once, and if I open this one, and if you update any one value, okay, and not the placeholder, for example in this case, right, and if I update it, you will see the placeholder is not showing, or it's empty, right, because inside this field edit, right, we have this label or placeholder value by default one. Obviously we are setting the default value, but it's not updating or setting the placeholder value, because we are setting this label and placeholder on the click of this button on update method, right? So what you can do, you can just set the default value over here like this. So default value, and we'll say label in this case, and here as well default value dot placeholder. Okay, so even though it doesn't change, the placeholder value will be the default one, which we pass from this default value or variable from this parent component. Okay, now if I refresh it and try to change, let's say full name, okay, and I update it, see, only now in this case full name change, and our placeholder is still there. And same thing we can do with this as well. Perfect, right? And you can do it for any field. See, email, or here you can say user email, enter user email, update it, and boom. Now next thing, we have to make sure as soon as user update, right, we have to store that updated JSON to our database. So inside this page, as you know that inside the use effect we already have this one, right? So here I will say updated trigger, and or we can write one condition, if updated trigger is true, then only set JSON form, and along with that one we also update the data inside the database. So I will just restart my local Drizzle Studio. Okay, and I will just refresh it once, and right now we are dealing with, I think, edit form number 4, right, where we have this JSON form. Obviously we need to update this JSON form. So let's go back over here, and here we'll simply write, or we can create one method to update the data. So here we say constant update, here we say update JSON form in DB. Okay, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await DB dot update, and here we need to give a form name, which is a JSON form. Here I will make it as a async. Here we say dot set, and inside that we just need to set a JSON form as a JSON form, just to make sure it's correct. JSON form, yeah, that's right. Perfect. Okay, and then here we need to write over here condition. So here equal, and inside that we need to give column name, which is the oh, not column name, but we need to give the created by or and the ID as well. Okay, so here we'll say JSON form dot ID. Wait just a second, this JSON form, so it's little confusing. Dot ID comma and the record ID of the current JSON form. Okay, so that information we can get it from this result obviously, but we need to store this information because we don't have this JSON form ID, right? So here we'll say constant record comma set record is equal to use state, and whenever we are setting the JSON form, because if you see here we only set the JSON form, right? Now here we'll say set record as a result of 0. Okay, now inside the result we have the record, and here from the record we'll get the ID. Okay, and along with that we need to add AND operation comma, and here I will write one more condition, the user email address should match. So user dot primary email address is matches with the JSON forms dot created by. Okay, like this, just to make sure I will bring this down. Now what we did, we update this JSON form, then we set the JSON form with the updated JSON form information, and inside the very condition we add the AND operator with the two condition. One, the JSON form record we should match, and we have to match that user and email address as well who created that particular record. And here we just write the console result and save it. Now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen, here I will say discard the changes for now, and let's change this one. First name, instead of first name I will say full name. Okay, here as well say full name, and then update this one. Okay, now it's updated on the screen, it's showing updated, but let's refresh the screen and this, let's test this out. We updated as a full name, right? I don't know why it's not getting, so it's not get updated because we did not call this method. So make sure to call this method obviously, and then let's test this out again. So let's refresh it. Here we'll say full name update. So right now we did not get any error, but refresh it here, let's check it out. Oh wow, it's still showing the first name. Let's see the console because we already console this result. So if I go to the inspect, go to the console and just check whether we are getting this result or not. So we got the command as update row count 1, but I don't think so there is any change. Okay, I just realized, okay, let me refresh it, and I just realized we will checking the wrong field. Okay, let's rename this now. Here we'll say if you see it's changed the full name, but here we'll say full user name, and here I will update to username. If I update it, right, it's showing on the screen. Now if I go back to our application, and over here we have to check this two field and not this particular field. Okay, so I was checking a wrong field. Now if you see in the placeholder we have the full username, and label as well, it's also changed. Okay, so that's how you can update the label and the placeholder as well. Now we're gonna implement the delete functionality. It's quite straightforward, right? So let's go back to the field edit, and here we have this delete option, okay, or trash option. Now there are two conditions that we can show the alert message before deleting it, or you can just delete it straightforward. Okay, let's add a dialog, or we can add alert as well. Okay, not alert, the alert dialog, and here if you see, this is how it will look like. So in order to use this alert component, copy this component npm command, and then just paste it so that it will install, and then we have to import this import statement. So I will paste it here, and the last we need to copy this use case example, and then we can modify it. I'll paste it here. Obviously I will copy this, cut it from here, and this is the dialog trigger, so I will paste it here. And I think that's okay. Message also fine, right? So I will save this one for now. And if I go back to our application, if I on the delete, you will see this beautiful alert dialog, and it's saying, are you sure, do you want to continue? And once user click continue, then we want to delete that particular record. So here we'll say on click, and here we'll simply add delete field. Okay, now to delete field, I think we can just delete it immediately. So I will pass this, then it will go to this form UI, obviously where we have this one. Here we'll say delete field, straightforward, and then this delete field will again we will pass back to the parent component, and it will come over here, and inside delete field we'll simply call this delete field. But along with that, wait just a second, because this is the form UI, right? We need to pass the ID from this form UI. So instead of just passing this one here, I will pass the index, okay, to the delete field. So we'll pass the index value to this page.jsx. So here we'll say delete field, here will be the index, and here we'll say delete field. So obviously we create a new method with the name delete field, and we're passing the index obviously. And for delete is quite straightforward. Here we'll say index to remove, okay, just to little bit recognizable. Now here we'll say constant result is equal to form JSON. It's a JSON form, I think. JSON form dot fields dot filter, and then we'll filter with the item comma index, and here we'll say index is not equal to index to remove. Okay, then we'll get this result. Obviously we'll console this result before deleting it, and we'll check whether we are getting correct data or not. Okay, and let's save this one for now. Let's go back to our application. So if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console so that we can observe. And now let's say I want to remove this last name. If you click on this one, we'll say continue, and now if you see inside our console, we don't have any field name with the last name. Okay, it means it get removed. But once we have this result, because this result contain only the fields, correct? Now what we have to do, we have to say form JSON dot fields, and then we have to okay, we have to just say equal to result, and same thing what we did it here, right? On the set update trigger, we call this set update trigger as well. Perfect, right? Let me remove this console now and save it. Now if I go here and refresh the screen, now we have this last name. Let's try to remove this last name. If I remove it, continue, and it's updated. Okay, it's removed, but if I refresh it, now it will not show. Oh, it's still showing the last name. That's interesting. Oh, so here need to be a JSON form, not the form JSON. The incorrect value I use. Okay, now let's try this. Let's delete it, continue. Now if you see on the UI, it's not showing. If I refresh it, still it's gone, because we completely deleted it and then we also updated it. Okay, perfect. Now one more thing, you can add addition, that you can tell user that okay, the changes are applied or updated, right? So for that one, you can use toast message, and ShadCN has a toast component. If you see, this is the toast component, this is how it will look. Or they also have one more toast component called skeleton, not skeleton, sorry, the sonar, and this also show toast message, something like this. Okay, so you can use that one. It's quite easy to use it. So first you need to install this component through this command line, and then you have to add this toaster component inside your root directory. Okay, so you have to go to this layout.js file, just paste it here. Make sure to import this toaster from this UI sonar, and then in order to use it, right, so let's say we want to show the toast message when when we got the update, right? So here we'll simply add toast, and then we can say message. So here we'll say updated, save. And now once we are here, let me refresh this once, and now if I change something here, we'll say full name, enter full name, update, and if you see, we got this toast message. I don't know why it's showing weird, but yeah, maybe it will update it. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can add the toast message as well. So I hope you understand until this point that how we beautifully edited our form, and also add some operation like edit and delete for the label and the placeholder. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now we are going to add a controller on this section. So inside this controller, as I say, we're gonna add the themes. Okay, so user can select the theme for the font, and that we can use implement with the help of Daisy UI. Then we can add the background, okay, which will be the gradient color. So that is another controller that we can use it. And another one is to add the borders. Okay, so we can add three kind of borders, so which we can say style, and that in that one also we will give a different options. So let's go back to our application, and we have to make sure that it will be inside this our controller panel only. So let's go back over here, and if you see right now, we just write the controller text over here. Now under this, under components, we'll create a new component, and we'll simply call it as a controller.jsx. Add the default template, save this one, and here just implement this controller. Now first thing, let's implement the themes for our application. Right now, in order to add a theme for this form UI, right, if I go into this form UI, and if I add data-theme is equal to, let's say, dark, and if I save this one, let's see how it looks on the screen. And if you see, this is how beautiful it looks. Okay, here for the input, you can give the background as a transparent. Let's update for the select as well. So if I go to this select, this is over here, for the select I will just add background transparent, and now if you see, this is how it looks. Perfect. Same thing if I go to this Daisy UI, right, and here if I go under this themes, you will see this bunch of themes, right? Let's try this aqua. For example, if you just update this data theme as a aqua and save it, see, it's changed to aqua. Okay, there are a lot of different themes you can try out. Okay, if you see there we have this pastel, let's try pastel and save this one. You will see this pastel color. Obviously it's a light color, so it's not reflecting, but you can go here and try it out. But the thing is, now obviously to this data theme we need to pass the theme which we already store inside our database, so that we can render it. But before that also we want to set that theme from our controller. So for that one, let's define the themes first. So inside this page.jss, I'm gonna write add one state. We say constant selected theme comma set selected theme is equal to use state, and initially let's say a light. Now this selected theme we need to pass to our form UI like this. Okay, and inside the form UI I will accept it here. Now this selected theme will just simply pass to this data theme like this and save it. Now right now you will see on the screen it will be the light theme, okay, the default one. Next, let's go to the controller, and over here we need to add a drop down for the selected theme. So here we'll simply add the h2 tag. Inside that we'll say select themes and save it. Let's see. Perfect. And here it need to be a the daisy, sorry, not daisy, but the Shatsian select, so which we already installed, but we'll just use it the example. First import this and then we'll copy this use case example and we'll paste it here. If I save it and go back to our application, you will see select theme like this. Just make sure the width to be full. So here we'll make width to be full, and now here we need to display all the theme list. So for that one, if you see, I created this underscore data folder, and inside that we have this theme.jsx. So inside theme.jsx we have the list of array of themes along with this primary color and all, along with the theme name. Okay, so we'll use that one. So let me remove this select item and I will keep one, and here in this case I will just iterate this theme. So these themes I'm importing from this app underscore data slash themes dot map, and we'll simply say theme comma index, the arrow function, and then we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll simply add the select item like this. We'll make class name, not class name but key, as a index. Okay, perfect. Or we can do one thing, instead of putting this div, okay, we can directly use this select item as our parent component, and then we can give key as an index. Okay, now for the value we'll give the value as a theme, because inside this theme, if you see, inside of each of this object we have this theme field, and inside that we have this value. So that's how we access. Now inside this I will define one div and again one more div. Now here we need to show one of this color. Okay, we are showing the 4 colors. So right now let's say we want to show the color like or we have to give width and height for this div first. So class name, height of 5, width of 5, and then inside this, not inside this but here we'll add a style, and we'll simply add a background color as theme dot primary, and after this particular div we'll just add the theme name, which is theme dot theme. Let's save it and let me see how it looks. So if you see, we got the theme name and this theme color, but obviously we want to add a multiple color. So I will just paste, and instead of this one here I will say secondary, here we'll say accent, and here we'll say neutral, and save. Perfect. Now we need to bring this in one line, so I will say class name, make it flex, and let's save it. Perfect. See, now I put one more div actually, because we have the name and we want to give some gap. So I will put this theme name outside of this div, and now here we'll say class name flex gap of 3. Perfect. See how beautifully all the themes is displaying. Now for these themes, right, we want to make this corner of this left side and right side color to be rounded. So for the first color, here we'll say rounded left corner to be large, I will say medium, and here rounded right corner to be medium. See, and this is how it will look. Okay, now if I select anything, right, you will see it over here like this, and obviously with that selected value we need to pass to the theme color, so that as soon as we select we have to make sure it's getting updated on the UI as well. So on this select, here we have the property called on value change, and this will emit the e, which is the actual value. So here we'll say value, and then we'll say selected, or we'll just add selected theme as a value. Now this selected theme we're gonna pass back to the parent component, so which will come to this page .jsx where we import this component, and simply we have this value, correct, and then we have this state called set selected theme, and then we update with this value. Let's save it and then check this out. So if I select the aqua, boom. If I select the bumblebee, see, and this is how beautiful it will look like. Okay, for this form, let's add a button so it will give some proper visibility. So let me go back to our form UI, and inside this at the bottom I'm gonna add a button. Maybe outside of this div we'll add a button. For this button I'm going to add from the Daisy UI. Okay, so for button we'll add a class name, we'll make button, then we'll say button primary. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see, we have this button primary. Now if I change this to aqua, for example, see the button also get changed, depends on the color change, and it's also updated the classes and style and all of these things. So for that it will look like this. If I go back to the, let's say pastel, so pastel is little lighter, let's add this retro, see. Okay, so that's how guys you can update the color combination and the theme selection. So for this select theme, I'm gonna just update some styling. So let's go to the controller. Here we say class name, margin y to 1, and save it. So little space between these two. Next we're gonna add the one more controller for the background. We're gonna give the user to select the different background colors, and which will be in the gradient form. So if you see on this particular mockup, right, we're gonna add a background controller where we're gonna show a 6 background gradient colors, okay, on the screen, and on the select of this one, obviously the form background will get changed. And obviously we're gonna have option for more, so he can just click on this one and it will expand with the more gradient colors. Okay, quite easy, straightforward. But for that one I already created this gradient bg file inside this underscore data, and which has this all the gradient color. Okay, you can get it from anywhere, or if you want to use this one, you can get it from this source code as well. So let's close this one and let's go to this controller, and here I will just write theme selection controller. Okay, just comment I'm going to write over here, and now we're going to use background selection controller. Okay, just to more specific. Now inside that we'll add a h2 tag, and then here we'll say class name, margin top to 8 and margin y to 1. Then inside that we'll say select, or not select, but you can just write background. Here we'll say themes. Okay, so it's very straightforward. And now inside this one we need to iterate the list of all the gradient colors. So we'll say div, inside this div I'm going to add a gradient. So I don't know, yeah, so this need to be a gradient bg dot map, or bg dot map, we'll say bg comma index and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll add a div. For this div I'm going to add a class name. Okay, we'll say width to be full, and height I'm going to give 50 pixel. Then we also add a I need to add a style for this one, so we can directly add a style, and for this style we'll add a background as a item, not item but bg dot gradient. Okay, so inside this gradient we have this linear gradient which we are using. Okay, you can use any kind of gradient like circular or what, right? Now with that just displaying and obviously inside the we did not show anything, but let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. If you see, wow, we got this gradient, right? Now if I go here, now we just use the grid for this div, so we'll add a grid, we'll say grid column 3, right? And now it will be in the line. Perfect. Also we'll add a rounded corner, so we'll say rounded large, we'll give a gap of 4, or not here, we need to give gap of 4 over here. Perfect. Let's add 5 and we'll increase this height to 70. Perfect. And if you see, we have this beautiful gradient now. Now on the hover we want to show some kind of effect, so here we'll simply add hover, we'll add a border, black. Let's save it. If I hover on this one, obviously we need to add a size, so hover border. Okay, so if I hover on this one, see, we got this border. Obviously you can change this width to 2, so little darker. Perfect. And this is the none, means if we don't have anything, right, you can select this one, so that's pretty good. Also if you see right now this white is little bit not correct, right? So you can add some text over here. So with the text we can say index is matches with the 0 and then we'll simply say none. Okay, and if I see the text is showing, but let's make it in the center. So here we'll make flex item to be in the center and then justify center, and boom, see, perfect. Also I will add a cursor pointer, so here we'll just say cursor pointer and save it. And now if you see, we have this cursor pointer as well. Now here I don't want to show all of these themes, so I will hide some of the themes. So we can add a condition over here. If index is less than 5 or less than 6, then only show that much. Okay, so here need to add and an operator, and boom. And below that one we want to show the more kind of thing, right? Show more. So here we'll add a button, and here we'll say show more. Okay, for this one I will add a class name, we'll say ghost, or not, it's need to be variant, actually, my bad. So here we'll say variant as a ghost, and if you see, we have this beautiful variant as a ghost. You can add a class name, you can make width to be full, and I will add a size as a small. Perfect. Okay, I don't know, width full doesn't work, but that's fine for now. Maybe we need to put outside of this div. Oops, my bad. Let's copy correctly. Perfect. And now we have this show more. Just will give a little bit margin y to 1. Perfect. Now on the click of this show more, we want to show all of them. So for that one you just need to hold that on click in one state. So here we'll say show more, comma set show more. Initially we set it as a false. Okay, and here we also gonna add one more condition. If show more is not true, so we'll add a condition. If show more is not a true, then only I don't know whether this will work or not, but let's see. Okay, that's good. And on the click of this button, so on click here we'll say set show more to be true, and if I click show more, oh, nothing is showing. Wow. So here that time we want to show all of them. So instead of show more, here we can just add a value 6, and you can remove this. Here we can show more. Okay, and simply whenever you click on show more, let's say for example 20. Okay, and now if I click, boom, say perfect, right? And here I can add a condition, or we can do one thing. Here we'll say if show more is greater than 6, right? If greater than 6, that time you can show the text as a show less, otherwise you can show the text show more. Okay, let me show you how it works. So if you see right now it's showing all, so I will say show less, and on the show less we need to change the value. That's interesting. So here I will change the value. If show more, show more is greater than 6, then set the 20, otherwise set 6. Let's see how it looks. So show less still doesn't work as I expected. It's not working. So let me see what's the issue. So show more is greater than 6, otherwise show 20. Oh, this need to be 6, and then this need to be 20. Perfect. See? Okay, so that's how it works. Now main part is when you user click on this particular background, right? When we have to make sure the background of this particular form is gonna change. So we're gonna add on click event to this particular div. Here also add a key as an index, and then on click. Here we'll say selected background. Okay, and then here we need to pass this gradient color. That's all. Let's save it, and then this pass the selected background back to the parent component, which is inside this page.jsx. Now inside this controller we'll get one more parameter which calls selected background. Here we'll say value, and then we need to store in one state. So we'll define one state, selected background comma set selected background. The will keep empty, and simply here we'll set the selected background like this. Now once we have theme and background, now this background will pass to this form UI. Selected background as selected background as selected background, and then inside the form UI we'll accept this selected background. And the main important part in this case is to add the background. As this is just a form information, actually we don't need a selected background in this component, I just realized. So I will just remove from here, and we can apply it to this particular div. Okay, that's where we want to apply, correct? So for this one I will just add a style, and inside this one we'll say a background image. Here we need to add image, and then here we'll say selected background. Let's save it and then test this out. So if I select this one, boom, see. Okay, if I click show more and if I select the other forms color as well, perfect. Now you can add as many themes you want, it's up to you, but I hope you understand how we easily implement it. And for none, obviously it's not showing anything. Now we added the theme, we added the background, but we did not update it in our database, right? And also we want to add one more option, which is the style. We can call it as a style. Okay, but before moving forward, right, we're gonna add that 3 columns inside our database. Currently we only have this JSON form created by created add. So let's add 3 more. So I will add over here, we'll say theme, and this need to be varchar. The column name is theme, and it should be a null, that doesn't matter. And another I will add as a background, and the last will say style varchar as a style. Perfect. Now in order to update your database right now, because you made some modification, right? So stop your studio first, then you have to write npm run db push, because this command we already set up inside our package.json. Click enter, and then it's saying changes applied. Now you can run your studio. Now if I go back to our studio inside the Drizzle, here you will see two more column: theme, background, and style. Perfect. Now we have that column, right? Now let's go back to our page.js where we are updating our themes and all. Now over here we're gonna add a multiple call, something like this. Okay, set this, and we're gonna call one method. We'll say update fields, or we can say something like this, update form fields, and just we'll say update fields controller field. That makes sense. Here inside that we'll pass a value, and the column name we will pass it. So in this case column name should be a theme, right? Now here we'll define one constant method. Obviously we define method, and inside this we'll say a value comma column name. Now here you see constant result await, make this as async db dot update. Here we need to set the column, so right. So in this case we'll simply pass this column name. Oh, before that, my bad, we need to pass the table name as a JSON forms, and then we have to set that value. Okay, so here we'll say JSON form, sorry, let me check, yeah, JSON forms of, and then we need to pass this column name is equal to, not equal to, but colon, and then the value. I think this is something is wrong, maybe like this we need to pass. Let's see whether this work or not, because we are dynamically passing this column name, right? And then here we'll add a condition, so similar condition which we added here. So I will just copy paste and we'll paste it here. Perfect. And then we need to toast the message. Let's save this one and then test this out. Obviously we just implemented for the theme, so I will refresh the screen. I will select the theme, let's say Bumblebee. Okay, so if you see button is updated, it's showing the toast message, and if I go back, refresh our studio, and boom, we got the theme name called Bumblebee. Perfect, right? Now if I refresh the screen, you will see the theme is not selected right now because we never pass the selected theme value. So if you see where we have this selected theme, and by default we are passing as a light. So whenever we get the form data, right, that time also you can update that value. It's up to you, but for now I will keep as it is. Okay, and you can try that one. Now same thing I'm going to do it for this background. So let's add this curly braces so that we can make multiple call, and inside this one we'll say update controller field, and here we'll say background. Okay, now if I change this background to, let's say, this one, and it say updated, if I go over here, refresh it, and if you see the background is also get updated. Perfect. Now you have to make sure that to update the fields. So here we'll say set selected background, and here we'll get the result from this one. So you can use JSON form, right, and then dot, you can try to get the background. I don't know, I'm not sure whether this will work or not, but let's see. If I refresh the screen, oh, it's not working. Let me console this first. So console.log, and then I will wrap this like it console, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, If I refresh it and it's showing undefined, that's interesting. If I go here, we have the background, right? Oh, so my bad. So obviously we don't need this JSON parse at all, so I will remove this. From this element I think we can directly get, see, we got it. Okay, perfect. Now you can set the selected background, because obviously inside we don't have inside this JSON form, right? We just have on the first level only, so we don't need to go inside that. Let's refresh it once, and boom, if you see, as soon as I refresh, the selected one is showing on the screen. If I select this one, for example, right, let's select this one. Now if I refresh it, it will show the same one. Perfect. Next, also we need to show the which one is selected, right? So that also you can implement, but it's up to you. I will keep as it is for now, and I will tell you to do it. Okay, obviously I will do it in my source code later on, but this is very straightforward. You just need to pass the selected value to the controller, and then you will get that one. Next, as I say, we need to implement the styles as well. From this border we will add some kind of border and all. So in the meantime, I also added one more controller, which is style, and in this controller I kept the border styling. So here we have the default border, the retro border, and the simple black border. Okay, now depends on the user selection. For example, if I select this retro border, you will see the border color here get changed immediately, and that's also updated inside our database. We have default one, or if you want the border just like a black, that also you can user can select. Even on the refresh, the border will still have the same. Now inside the database, if you see inside the style, we are saving that border information. Now this all of these images I kept inside this public folder, and I created one JSON file which hold this information. So it has the name of the board, that particular style, the image, then value. Okay, so this value contain, if you see, this value contains this whether that border is of size 5 pixel, the width and height, all of these things, and the key, whether it's a box shadow or a border, something like this. Okay, and then simply inside our controller, inside this style section controller, I iterate this style and first show that image on the screen, and then the name of the particular style. And obviously on the click of this one, we are setting the style information similar like this background and the themes. It's very straightforward. Obviously if you face any issue, any doubt, you can comment down in the comment section, or you can access my source code for your reference. Now in this section, we're gonna add the form live URL, where when user click on this preview, right, it will open the URL with this particular domain.com/AI form and the form ID in new tab, where that particular URL can be shared with your friends and family, and user can fill up the form. Okay, that is nothing but this preview button, we can call it as, or you can say live preview, something like this. Okay, then on the click of share button, obviously we will give option to the user to share this particular form URL with your friends and family, so that they can fill that particular form. So let's go back to our application, and inside the edit form in page.jsx, right, as per mockup, we need to give these two button. So if I scroll up, we can give button in the line of this particular back button. Okay, so here I'm going to add one div, right, and then I'm going to add a two button inside one div. So here we'll simply add a button, and we'll say live preview, and another button for the share. For this one, I'll make class name flex gap of 2, and if I save this one, I'll go back to application. This is how it will look, right? But we want these two buttons on the right hand side. So simply I'm going to add a class name, make it flex, justify between an item to be in the center, so it will be in the right hand side. Okay, and for this button I'm going to add some icon. So here we'll say square button up, something right, like this one. See, it will look like this. I think that's good. For this one, I'm going to add a class name, height of 5, width of 5, and we'll give class name as a flex gap of 2. If I save this one, and perfect. Same thing I'm gonna do for share. So here we'll say share, and this is how it looks, but you have different icon for the share as well. So you can select the one which you want. I will select this one for now, and I will keep this class name similar for this one as well. And now we have the share. Okay, you can change this color, background color. So here we'll say oh, I think this need to be over here, and then here we'll add a background green, something 600. Perfect. And if you see how beautifully it's looking, obviously on hover also you can change this one because this look weird. On hover we'll make background green and 700. So perfect. See, okay. Next, on the click of this one, we have to open the live preview, means live URL in a new tab. So first thing, I will create a new route, and let's go to the app folder. Here we'll say AI form. Inside that, I will need to create a dynamic route, which will be the form ID, and if you see, the folder name will start with this square, and inside that we'll create page.jsx file. Now add a default template. Here we'll say live AI form, and then save it. Okay, now if I go back to our edit form where we have that button, right? So on the click we will add some link. So you can even wrap this button inside the link. Let's try it. So link, from the next slash link, here you have to go provide the h reference and then in the tag. So I will wrap that button, and over here we need to provide the path. So in this case AI form slash, and then we need to give the form ID. Now in this case, if you remember, we have the form information inside the record, that particular ID, right? So we'll simply provide with this record dot ID. Okay, let's save this one and go back to our application. And now if I open this live preview, okay, see, it's jumped to this AI form /4. Perfect. But we want to open that in a new tab. So for that one, we'll just add a target is equal to underscore blank. Okay, it will open in new tab. So this link will similar act like a tag from the HTML. Okay, so it's called anchor tag. And now if I open this, see, it's opening in new page. Okay, so that's how it will work. Now on the live AI form, we're going to show obviously the blank background to be blank and all of these things, but you have to make sure that this header will be not there. Okay, so simply first let's go to the header, and inside this header I'm going to use constant path is equal to use path name. Okay, and whenever the path is has this particular AI form, then we'll make sure that we don't want to show the particular header, right? So first let console, and we'll see what we are getting over here. We'll say console.log path. If I go here, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see inside the header, we got the AI form /4. Okay, so whenever the AI form is in the path, we have to hide the header. So here I'm going to write condition if path dot includes, and then I will put it here. So path dot includes AI form. So if this include this particular path, right, then we don't want to show this particular what will call header, right? So here I will make it opposite of that one. Let's save it, and boom, if you see, now we don't have header anymore. But if I go here, you will see the header is still there. Only on this AI form the header will not be there. Perfect. Let's open it, and boom, see. Now we need to show, or we need to bring the form information first. So inside this, let me go to this live AI form, and obviously from the params we'll get the form ID. Okay, let's console this inside the use effect, and we'll just console params. Okay, I want to show you that what we are getting inside the param as we are using use effect. So here we need to use client. So many of the users say why we use client in most of the pages. It doesn't matter. Okay, if your page is rendering on the client side, that's fine to use client. Okay, many times Next.js we use for the routing purpose and not for the server side rendering only. Okay, so it's completely fine. Now let's go to the console, and I want to open in live preview console actually for the AI form. And if I go to the console, if you see inside the params we have this form ID. Perfect. Now we create a new method. We'll say get form data, and to this form data we'll simply use constant result is equal to await db. Make sure to import it. Then we'll say select dot from, and inside that we'll give json forms dot, not dot but here dot where, and then we have to write equal, and here you need to write the condition. So json forms dot id matches with this params dot form id. Okay, so its eyes should be small, so make sure I should be small over here. This particular dynamic form id should matches with this particular text. Okay, as we are using await, make it async, and make sure this is a number. Okay, because we are getting text over here inside the param, so make sure it's a number. And now before saving in a state, we'll just console this result, and then get form data will call over here whenever the parameter information is available. Okay, so here parameter information is available, then only call this get form data. Let's save this one, and if you see, we got the data which is 0th element, and inside that we have all the information. Perfect. Let's save this in one state. We'll say constant json forms comma set, or we can differentiate with this json, not json form, or we can call it as a, let's say call it as a record comma set record for now is equal to use state, similar like the one which we have inside the edit form, right? So I will copy the same one because I don't want a confusion. And we have this json form, inside that we save the json form information, right? Perfect. Now over here we'll simply set the record as a result of 0, and here we'll set the json form as json dot parse, and then result of 0 dot, and the field name is this json form. Okay, perfect. Now once we save this one, right, we need to display it on the screen. So if you remember, right, we already have this form UI, correct? So we will directly render the form UI, and inside this form UI we have to pass all of this information. Okay, so let's do one by one. Obviously we don't want this on field update and delete field and all of these things, correct? So there are two options. Either you have to update this particular form UI, or you can create a new component where you can keep all of this information. So I will prefer to use the new component, because see over here, right, if I scroll down little bit, we have this field edit functionality, right, that otherwise we have to hide somehow. Okay, let's use this form UI for now, and let's see how it works. Okay, so here simply I will use form UI component will import it. Now to this form UI you will see a lot of field we need to provide. Not obviously delete field we don't have, all of these things we don't have, but let's import the JSON form where we will pass JSON form. Then we need to provide the on field update. Delete field we don't need it, but we'll just console this one. Okay, same thing I will do it for the on delete. I don't know what's called on delete. Okay, delete field, and for this one I will keep it empty. And then we have the select style. Okay, so for this select style we can get it from this record.style, so we don't need to create any state. Record.style. Then we have the selected theme. We'll say record.theme. Perfect. We'll make question mark over here. Let's save it and let's see whether we are getting data, and boom, if you see we have this form information. Perfect, right? Obviously to this div we're gonna add a class name padding of 10, and we'll make it is in center, so we'll say justify center item to be in the center. Perfect. See, and we have this beautiful form. But here for the style we have to convert this into the JSON. Okay, so we'll add JSON parse, because we are storing in the style, we are getting in the string format, and then we have to just parse this one. And now you see we have this beautiful style as well. Now for the background, right, we need to add a background for this one, so we'll simply add a style, and inside this one we'll add a background image, and then we already have the record dot background, and save it, and boom, we have this beautiful background. Okay, and our form is ready. Now next thing, obviously we don't want these things, right? The edit and all of these things, so simply we'll pass one value here. We'll say editable, and here we'll say make it as a false. Okay, so now this particular field we need to go inside the form UI, and inside here we'll add this field, but we can add the initial value if the editable value is not provided. So here we'll say initial value as a true. Okay, so here we need to make it false. That's right. Let's save this one, and over here we'll use that editable. If editable is true, then only show this div, otherwise don't show it. And if I save this one, and boom, now if you see we don't have that editable field anymore. Okay, perfect. Next we need to add a form controller to each of them, so that we can save the user detail. Okay, but before that let me demonstrate now. If I change something, if I change this one, right, if I change the, let's say, border, I change this one, and let's say change the theme as well. We'll add bumblebee, or let's add dark theme. Perfect. Okay, now if I go to the live preview, so right now if you see we got one error. It's saying that json.parse is not a valid JSON. Okay, just make sure inside the JSON we have this information. That's good, but it's maybe we are getting empty data. Okay, that's the reason I showed you how to test it, so that we can remove the error if there is any. So we got this error over here. So the reason that we are getting error, right, so sometimes what happen, we might not get the record information in a time. It takes some time, right, and in the meantime the form UI get executed. So for that one we'll simply add the record. If it's there, we'll add and operator, then only show this form UI. Okay, let's save this one. Let's take this out. For example, let's say we have this preview, click live preview, and boom, let's change this one. So I will select this different theme, and also select this different background, click live preview, and boom, we have this live preview. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Next, once we develop this beautiful application, right? Here we can add our own watermark, okay, if user is not paid. So for that one, let's create a new logo. So for that one, I'm going to use this logo express.tubeguruji.com, which we build this beautiful logo builder application in one of my videos, so you can check it out. So it contains a lot of different things. If I go to this icon, you will find this icon where you can use this one, okay, and you can change the color and all of these things, okay. And we have this background and all, but if you want the color icon, you have this beautiful color icon where you can use it. So now for now, I'm going to use, let's see, let's use this particular icon, okay, as our logo. And then I'm going to change the background, so I will use this black color background, okay, that's look beautiful. I can make this rounded, okay, and padding I will keep like this. If you want to change, you can change the color, it's up to you, but for now I think this is fine. And then I will simply download it, okay, and boom, if you see, we'll download it with a high resolution. Now simply I will open this and then I will paste in my application. So in the Logo Express, you will get a new icon every day. I am going to upload new icon every day, so you can just try this out. Now inside the public folder, let's add this icon and we can call it as a logo, okay, so it's as a logo.png. Now simply let's add one div. Inside that, I'm going to add an image tag from the next/image. Let's add a source, and here let's add logo.png, okay. So automatically NextJs will understand that you are trying to access the assets or image from the public folder. Here we'll give width of 50, height of 50. Let's save it and let's see how it will look like. So if you see, this is how logo will look like. It's still bigger, I want quite smaller. And along with that, I will say developed by Tube Guruji, or you can say build your own AI form. That will be good actually. Let's make it class name, make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Perfect. We'll add a background. Here we'll change the width size. Add a background. We'll say black, and then this text needs to be white. So let's try to add text to white. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Obviously I'm going to add a padding x to 3, padding y to 1, and we'll make rounded full. Perfect. And I want this particular icon on the fixed bottom size, so we can mark it as a fix, okay. And then let's see how it looks. So it came in the center, see, but we want at the bottom left, so we can just write bottom, let's say 5 from the bottom and 5 margin kind of thing, and then on the left side, which is, let's say again 5, so it will come at the bottom, see, okay. And now it's still good. Now on the click, obviously we will add an on click method, make it cursor pointer, and for this one we'll add on click event. So on click, or better we can just use the link tag, okay. So we'll, instead of div, we'll replace with the link, and here we'll add hrefs tag, and we want to navigate to the home page of this application. So for that one, I will go to this .env.local, and over here we'll simply add next_public, and we'll say base URL, and right now the base URL is our localhost 3000, correct. So I'll paste it here, save it, and then this particular base URL will pass over here. Oh, sorry, not like this, process.env.public URL, okay. Let's save it. Now if I click on this one, see, it's been, I don't know why it's coming to this particular page. Let me quickly check. So we have this hrefs. Oh, we can simply call this one as well, just slash. boom, see, it's coming to the localhost. Okay. So that's simplest way. I hope you understand this particular functionality, okay, that we can see the live preview and all. Now the more important thing, that to accept the user's input, when user click on submit, we need to save this information in one in our database, obviously. So that we'll see in the next. Next, we're gonna save the form information whenever user input inside the form. So for that one, let's go to the form UI, and inside this form UI, I'm going to create one new method. Okay, so inside here, we'll add constant handle input change, and this input will take the event. Okay, so we'll say event. Now in that one, we'll say constant, we'll get a name and value from the e dot target. After this, we'll use the constant form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Now to this form data, we'll simply add set form data, and inside here we'll add dash form data. It means the previous value along with the new field name with their value. Okay, and this is how we will add it. Perfect. Now this handle input change we need to add for the input only. Okay, because for the silicon checkbox, means for radio, it's little bit different. So we'll add it here on change event. Okay, on the change event, and this event will pass to this handle input change. Okay, let's save it, and if I go above, so over here I'm going to write one new method for the submit on button submit. So here let's add down constant on form submit. Okay, and right now we'll just console the form data. Now obviously we need to wrap our all form inside this form tag, okay, instead of div. So here I will just change this to form tag, and this one as well. I will just make sure that everything, the layout is correct. That's good. Let me refresh this once. Perfect. Now once we have this form tag, right, now to this form tag we'll add the on submit method. Okay, so here we simply add on submit, and then we'll add on form submit. And to this button type, we can change this to the submit. Also let me show you one more important thing, right? If I type something, okay, so here we got error, it's saying event is not defined. That's correct. So over here it need to be an event, because that's what we pass over here, right? Now if I type something and click submit, if you see that our screen get refreshed, because we added this button inside this form tag. Okay, and that time you have to make sure you will use event dot prevent default, like this. Let's save this one, go back to our application, and now if I try to write something, right, click submit. Oh, it's still giving this prevent default is not working. Oh, so by mistakenly we put inside the handle input change, we need to put inside this on submit, and here we need to pass event as well. So let's save it and let's try this out. If I type something, click submit, and now it works. Okay, let me clean this out and test this out. Perfect. Okay, another important thing we need to do is, if you remember, right, we forgot to add, but inside our JSON, if you see in the database, we have this required field. Okay, and this required field we're gonna add it here. So simply if I go to this input, and we'll pass it as a required, and simply we'll add field dot required, and same thing I'm going to add for the checkbox and for the radio group as well. Not radio, yeah, radio group as well. Let's see now whether it's working or not. So I will open live preview. We can test here as well. And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything, click submit, and boom, if you see, we got this beautiful validation that is saying fill out this field. Okay, so here we'll fill out this field, then try to submit it again. It's saying okay, you need to fill the form, you need to select this one. Let's save it, and again availability you need to select, submit it. Please check if you want to proceed. Okay, if you need to check all, that's interesting, and I agree. And if you see on the right hand side, we got this result as well. But right now we are just taking this input value on handle input change, and not for this select and the checkbox and radio, right? That we will do it in moment. But if you see whatever the input we have, we are getting the result inside the console. Okay, so one more important thing we need to do is to remove this checkbox validation. Okay, because checkbox mostly don't have the validation, so we don't need it for the checkbox. And let add for the select. I don't know whether we need to add it here or what. Let's try to submit it. Yeah, it's work. I think that will work. Perfect. So now let's add this for a select one, right? How the way we want added for the handle input change is little bit different for the select, so we have to add for the select. So here we'll say constant handle select change, and this will take name and value because that this don't have event, and then we'll simply copy and paste it here. Okay, now on the handle select change, if I go over here where we have this select, right, I think we need to add this on on value change to this one. Now it will just return the value, and along with that one, let me bring this down, we have to pass fill dot name comma the value v. Now if I save it and let's test this out the select operator, if I select the goalkeeper for example, submit it, and now boom, we got the undefined as a goalkeeper. Wow, so fill name is not correct, I mean to say. So let's see what's the issue. So we write the fill dot, this need to be fill name and not just a name. Okay, let's try it out, and still have that same issue. Let me refresh this one, select this position, add some dummy data, phone number, and submit it, and now we have this position defender. Perfect, now we are getting perfect name. Okay, now for this radio group, right, we'll simply add on click event to the radio group item. Okay, and it has the, just we'll set to the select method. Okay, because we can set for this one as well. Okay, and we'll simply say the name, so the fill dot fill name, and then the value, which is the item dot label value. Oh, not item dot label, is need to be, oh yeah, item dot label here as well, item dot fill name, we can say label only. Okay, wait, so this need to be a fill dot fill name, and this need to be a item dot label. Let's save it and go back to our application, and let's go to the inspect to test this out. So if I select the radio button, add some text, select this one and submit. Now here we'll see we got experience level as an intermediate. Perfect, right? Next we want to record the checkbox event. Okay, first if you see we have this checkbox, the single checkbox here. I will just put the required field, I forgot that one, so here we'll fill dot required. Okay, let's save it, and then If I go up here, I'm going to create a new method. We'll say constant handle checkbox change, and then if I scroll down on this checkbox, right, let me remove this one, and if I go to the shared scene, because this checkbox has different shared scene on change check event. Okay, so if you see, so this event we need to use it, and this event will return true or false. So here we'll say event, or just it's just a value, okay, not even the event. And here we'll say handle, don't know the name, I forgot, I think, yeah, handle checkbox change for the checkbox. Okay, now to this checkbox we need to send two things. One, the field label, okay, then we'll need to send item dot label. Okay, so that is also important, and the next is actual value, whether it's a true or false. Then on the save, let's go here, and here we'll say field name, the item name, and then value. Okay, so over here we will console the first all of these things: field name, item name, and value. So if I save this one, go back to our application, let's clean everything. If I click Tuesday, for example, if you see, the field name is availability, the item name which is Tuesday, and the value is true. But if I unselect this one, now it's set to false. Okay, now in the meantime also I read the logic for the availability, and let me show you how. So for the checkbox, as I told you, right, we need to add this on check change, and which has the handle checkbox change, and over here I'm passing this all of this information which we already consolidated. Okay, then with the form data, because we already defined, if the field name, the whatever the field name which we are passing from the checkbox, if it's there, then we are getting the data from this field name. Otherwise, if it's the first time we are checking the box, then we'll pass it as an empty. Okay, and then if the value, it means value is true or false. Okay, this value is nothing but true or false. If it's there, then we'll push the data into list, and then we'll set that list to that particular field name using this set form data. Okay, otherwise we filter out the particular item, means we remove that particular item from the list, and then the updated list we will set with this form data. Okay, obviously we are setting the form data, so on the submit, where we have this form submit, right, we obviously will get the end result. Okay, so let me show you the demo. So right now I select all of these things, and we'll select Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and in inspect panel, if I go to the console, let me go to the console and click submit. Right now here, if you see, we selected three value, the Wednesday, Monday, I don't know why. Okay, so obviously we'll get update, but we get the three value, and then we got this all of these details. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. So I hope you understand this particular functionality, because this is very important regarding checkbox, because for other it's quite simple. Okay, so being a time is a little bit time consuming, so that's the reason I added this logic. So you can just take a screenshot if you want, or you can just access it from this source code as well. Next thing and most important is to save this information on the submit, right? So for that one we need to add one schema, means we need to add a new table. So inside the schema.js I will create new table. So we'll say export constant user responses is equal to pg table. Here we'll say again user responses, comma, and then we need to provide the value. So here the id will be serial id, and which will be the primary key, and most important, the JSON response. Okay, so we're gonna save the response in the JSON format as it is. Okay, so we'll say JSON response, which will be the text, and the name I will keep it same, and which will be the not null, obviously. and another thing that created by. Okay, so in the created by, and we need a created at. Okay, so created by, if it's not there, so default we'll say anonymous. Okay, and created at, obviously not null, means we need to provide some date. For now we'll keep this as it is, and then let's save this one. Obviously we need to stop the studio in order to update this change. So we'll run this db push, so it will update with these new changes, and then simply we'll run the studio once the update is successful. Now if I go to studio, you will see the new table called user responses. Okay, next let's go back to our form UI, where we have this form submit method. Here we'll simply insert the data. So here we'll say constant result await db dot insert, and here we need to provide the table name. So in this case is JSON response. Okay, let me check why it's not exported. Oh, it's a user response. Okay, my bad. So user response, make sure to import it dot value, and inside that we have to provide this JSON response, which is the form data. Then next is created at, created by. If it's not there, that's fine. Okay, because we don't have that value yet. And then created at, here we'll need to send the current value, so format, and here format will be day /mm/yyyy. This need to be capital D. Perfect, and just make this as async. And once we have the result, so if you say the result, here we'll just show the toast message saying response submitted successfully. Okay, like this, and save it. Perfect, I think we are good for here. Let me refresh the screen and let's test this out. So here I give the name, some phone number, then position. Let's say I like to do goalkeeping, and beginner will say, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, and then I agree. So if I try to submit it, it will say, okay, please check this box, and then we'll submit it, and boom, if you see, we got this toast message saying response submitted successful. Let's go back to this user responses. If I refresh it, you will see this one response, obviously created by, which is the default anonymous. So it's showing anonymous, that's correct. And boom, we have this beautiful list which we selected Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Okay, and all of this information as well. Boom. So that's how you can even save this information. Now one more important thing here, you can try it on your own, that once user is submitted, right, we have to make sure that you will show some kind of successful message that okay, it's successful, and then you can redirect it to the some other screen as well. Now one more important thing which we are going to do over here is as soon as user enter the information, right, we have to make sure on the submit we'll clear the form. Okay, so for that one, first thing, let's define the constant, let's add late use form reference, and React has one hook called use reference. Okay, which you can refer to the DOM element. Okay, so for example, we use this form reference, and for the form field, here we'll add reference. Okay, here we'll say event e is equal to form reference, which is equal to e. Okay, so that's how you can assign this one, and whenever you submit the form, so inside the result you can just say form reference dot reset, like this, so it will reset your form. Okay, and in the else condition, I just want to show some kind of toast message that internal server error, internal error while saving your form. Let's save it. Let's refresh the screen once. So I will add this info, and then submit. So right now it's saying response submitted successfully, and boom, if you see, the form is cleared now. Inside the database I have added a couple of more. Okay, let me check the studio is failed. So I will just clean this one, and boom, if you see, we have the data. Okay, so inside that we have all of these details, the selected one, and the most important thing, the form is get clear. Perfect. So that's how guys you can get the user information and save the form. The next thing that we're gonna do, if I go to back screen, now whatever the form user created, right? Okay, let me go back to the dashboard. So whatever the form user created, that form we're gonna show it here, and along with that we also learn how user can share that or his form. Okay, so inside here, if you remember, right, so we have fourth, oh sorry, my bad, we were in wrong path. So edit form 4. So here if you see, we have this share. So on this share as well, we'll learn how we can share the information. Okay, so that's also a very important part we're gonna learn, and most important, we'll show all the users form on this screen. Okay, and obviously we have this all the responses. So inside the responses, we're going to show the response, how we can show the all the users response for the particular form. So there will be a quick fix we need to do it. So currently, once we user submit this particular form, right, we are storing data inside database, but we don't know for which record this data or this response is get stored, right? We need to provide, let me run this studio again. Let me refresh it, and we need to provide the JSON form ID. Okay, because we need to know for this particular form you got the response. Okay, so there are a couple of ways that you can do it, but simple way that you can just mention the reference. So let's go inside the schema, and inside the schema we'll just mention the form reference. Okay, and we'll add a new column obviously. So this will be a not varchar, but this will be the integer from the pg core, and we'll say form reference, and then we have to say dot references, and inside that we need to provide to which column id. So in this case it's json form dot id. So here we need to provide json forms dot id. Okay, so that whenever we insert any record, it will connect to this one. So obviously along with that one, whenever we save this user information, so on form submit, right, we are saving this user information along with the json response. Here we have to make sure we'll add the form reference too. Okay, and this form reference is nothing but the id, which we need to get it from this previous screen maybe, or we need to send this id to this particular form. Okay, so here we'll simply add the form id, and initially we'll put it as a 0, and this form id obviously we want to use on a handle submit, so we'll use form id, but we have to make sure that we'll pass this form id. So if I go to this ai form, and where we have this form ui, here we'll simply add the form id, and the form id will get it from this record dot id. Okay, so if you see, we have this record, and from this record we will send this. Let's save it and then run the application. So let me go to the dashboard slash edit, I don't know what it's called, but let me go to this ai form 4, and here I will fill the details. Preference will say defender, intermediate, Monday, Tuesday. Let's say Monday, Tuesday, and I agree, and then click submit. So right now we got one error. It's saying that relation user does not exist. Okay, so we forgot to update our database. So obviously once we made the schema change, right, we have to make sure that we'll push that changes. So let's push these changes. So it's saying changes are applied, then run the studio, and inside the studio make sure that new column is added. And if you see, it's connected to the user responses, and in user response is connected to the JSON form. Now let's try it again. So I will refresh this and then fill the form, and then click submit. So it's saying responses submitted successfully. Now if I go to this Drizzle Studio, refresh it, and if you see over here is connected to form 4, and if I click on this JSON form, it will give the related form for this particular response. Okay, and it contains all of this information. So that's how, guys, you have to update your schema so that you can also connect these two tables together. So whenever you want to fetch data, you can just join these two tables on this particular column. Now we are going to show all the form on the dashboard. So whatever the user created the form, that all the list of forms you're going to show on the dashboard screen, where user can delete this form if you want to delete, or user have option to edit this form, or he can have option to share that form URL as well. Okay, so first thing, we need to get the list of form user created from the database. So let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab for now, and then go to the dashboard inside the page.jsx. Right now we have this create form, and then we have this simple text. Below this one, we're going to show all the list of form. Okay, list of forms which is belong to user, obviously. So I will create a new component and we'll call it as a list, form list. We'll say form list.jsx. Add the default template, and then this form list component I will just add over here. Let's save it, go back to our application. I will just refresh this once, and if you see, the form list is showing on the screen. Now let's go to this form list, add a class name margin top to 5, and save it. Now inside this form list, we can get this list of all the forms belong to user, or you can even fetch it from this page.jsx. It's up to you. I'm going to fetch inside this form list, so we'll say constant get form list, and we'll make this as a async. So inside this form list, obviously we need to get the user's email to fetch the data, right? So first let's get the user detail as well using this use user from the Clerk, and then we'll write constant result is equal to await db dot select, and inside this select we need to provide the schema name, which is the JSON form. Not here, my bad. Inside the from, here we need to provide this schema name. Dot where clause we need to provide, and then equal to, and here we need to provide the on which field you want to provide. So in this case, obviously our field name is JSON form dot created by. Okay, and we need to provide the user's email using the primary email address dot email address. Okay, so that's how you can get this result. But along with that, I will fetch inside the we order it by the descending by ID. So we'll say order by, and it has a descending from the Drizzle ORM, and inside that you need to provide the column on which you want to order. So in this case, descending on the ID. Okay, then we'll just console this result, and we need to call this get form list inside the use effect. So whenever the user's information available, so I will pass this inside the user empty array, and then here we'll say user and get form list. Let's save it and let's test this out whether we are getting data. As we are using this React hook, we need to make this component as a client side. So make use client, go back to your application, open the inspect panel, and inside the console you will see that user created 4 forms under this particular users. Okay, perfect. Now let's save this in one state. So here we say form list comma set form list. Now this form list has a capital F and this is small, okay, so don't be confused, or you can give some different name. Simply here we'll say set form list and the result. Next we need to iterate that one, okay, so simply I'm going to use form list dot map. Here we'll say form comma index and the div. Okay, so slash div, and now let's save this one. And in order to iterate this all the list item, right, I'll create a new component and we can call it as a form item dot jsx. We say form list item. Okay, and then save this one. Obviously we'll iterate through this form list item and then we'll pass each of this form. Let's save it, go over here and just accept it as a form. Perfect. Now if I go back to our application, right now we have the 4 form. That's the reason the this component get iterate 4 times. Next let's go to this form list item, and first thing over here I want to add the trash icon. So let's add trash icon later, but let's add the form name. So form dot form title. If I'm not wrong, I will just confirm once. So here if I go here, we have the inside the JSON form. Obviously we need to get the JSON form. We have to convert this into the JSON first, and from that one we'll get the form data. Okay, so from here only, okay, we have the form information, and we can just convert this JSON dot parse and form dot and this field name. Okay, so we'll convert it into JSON and we'll send it to this form list item. Okay, and we can also call this as a form JSON form. And we'll replace this with a JSON form. Okay, and if you see now inside JSON form we have this form title. Okay, and that's what we showed. Let's save it and let's see. If you see on the screen, we have this all the form title. Perfect. Now for this div, I'm going to add a class name. We'll add a border, we'll add a shadow, small, rounded corner be large, and save it. So this is how it looks. Let's add a padding of 4. Perfect. And then inside the form list we'll convert this into a grid. Then we'll make grid column 2 on the smaller screen, and the when screen size is larger we'll make grid column 4, or let's make it 3 only. Perfect. Okay, now obviously we want to give a gap, so we'll give gap of 5. Perfect. Now let's go back to list item and let's apply some styling. So class name font bold, text large. I think even though we did not make font bold, that's fine. I think this is good. Then another h2 tag for the subheading. Okay, so let's see what we call it. So if I go to this form, we have this form heading. Here we call it small text, and here we'll simply set grade 500, and this needs to be a black, so we'll make it black. Save it. Perfect. After this I want to show the horizontal line, so simply I will add a HR tag with the class name padding, not padding, margin y to 4. Perfect. And then on the left hand side we will put the share button. So I will add a div. We want to add 2 buttons. Okay, so one for share with the share icon. So here we put a share icon, and another button for the edit, and in this case I'll put edit icon. Let's save it and this icon is showing. Let's bring in one line. So class name, make it flex gap of 2, not gap of 2, but make it justify between, so it will be on the left hand right hand side. Oops, justify between, something like this. Okay, now obviously here I will change this height of 5, width of 5, and same for this one as well. For button, we'll add a class name flex gap of 2. I will paste it here and save it. Now for this one, I will make a variant as a outline. Perfect. The share button has a beautiful outline, and also for both the button I will change this size to small, and for this one as well. Perfect. Okay, so we have this 4 form. Now we will add one more option, which is the delete. Okay, on the left right hand side at the top. So simply I'm gonna add a div tag. Inside that I will add 2 s2 tag. One is empty and other is the trash icon. Okay, now simply I will make class name flex gap of 2, not gap of 2, or flex justify between, and here you will see the magic. Okay, because here we put the empty, so obviously it has an element, but just to make sure this on the right hand side with some space, that's the reason I kept like this. And for this one I make class name height of 5, width of 5, and the text to be red. Perfect. Okay, so obviously on hover we want to have option to delete it, but that will implement later on. Next, whenever user click on this edit button, we have to navigate to this particular screen, right? And in order to navigate, we need the record ID. Okay, so right now we have just a JSON form, so along with that one you can send all the form data, and we can just call form record, we can call, yeah, that should be good. And we'll pass it as a, let me see what we, yeah, we pass it as a form, and we can call it as a form record, and here we'll simply accept it as a form record. And now this form record contains the form ID as well. Okay, so on for this button, simply I will wrap this button inside the link href, and then here we need to give edit, let me see the, yeah, edit form slash and the form ID, which is form record dot id, like this. Okay, let's save it. Let's save this form list as well and go back. So right now we have this, will not get error, but let's make sure we'll add this question mark for the optional. Now if I click on any of this form, let's say click on this form, and boom, if you see, we navigate to that particular form in order to edit it. Okay, and obviously from here you can just edit it. Once you edit, you can make it live preview, and boom, perfect, right? Now obviously we have this delete option as well, so let's implement that delete option. So in order to add the delete option, first we need to add the alert dialog, which we already implemented previously, right? So same way we want to implement, so go to the chat.cn UI. Here we have the alert dialog, we already installed, so you don't need to install it again. Make sure to add this import statement, and then we have to add this alert dialog example, so that we can just modify it. And to this alert dialog trigger, here we'll remove, instead of open, this for this trigger let's add trash. Make sure to make it as a child, and if I save it, go back to application, and on the delete you will see this beautiful dialog. It's a confirmation, right? Just here I will make it as a cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on this one, it will show the cursor pointer. Okay, also on hover we can just scale the size to 105, and for smooth transition, for that's why I give transition all. See, smoothly moving, right? and on the click of continue we want to delete that particular record. Okay, as simple as that. So simply write on click method. On this one we'll write new method, we'll say on delete form. Okay, inside this on delete form we don't need to pass anything because we already have the JSON form information, this form record information. From that one we can get the ID. And over here, just for the security purpose, I will also write one more condition that users need to match, okay, log with the login user. So here we have on delete form, everything is good. We'll say constant result is equal to await, make this as a async. Here we will say db dot delete, and we need to give our schema name dot JSON form dot delete dot where, and here I'm gonna write and operation. Okay, so and make sure to import it, and then we have to provide equal to. If you see that's how beautiful we got this recommendation as well, that how to use this and operator. Okay, now equal to, first thing I will put the record ID, so form, not form but JSON form dot id comma record form record dot id comma, and one more condition, the user should match. So user, not user but JSON form dot created by should match with the login user, user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so that's how you can do it. And then once the form is deleted, right, here we'll say if result is successful, we'll say toast message, here we'll say form deleted. Perfect. Okay, now as soon as the form is deleted, we have to tell to the parent component, now it's time to refresh your data. Okay, so simply here what we can do, here we'll say refresh data. This method will get triggered, and this method will pass back to this parent component inside this form list. Okay, and whenever the form, this refresh data will trigger, we're gonna simply call this get form list method and save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh this one, and let's say you want to delete this subscribe to our newsletter. Right now if I edit it, nothing is there, right? So I want to delete this one, so let's click delete. So it's saying this action undone and blah blah blah, but we have one error that's saying equal is not defined. Okay, so let's go over here and make sure to import this equal, not here, inside the list item, make sure to import this equal. And also we did one wrong thing, so instead of putting the on click on a trash, we want to put it on the continue button. Okay, because on the click of continue we want to delete it. Perfect. Now let's refresh this once, let's delete this one, click continue, and boom, if you see the Toastma is saying form deleted, and it's no longer showing on the screen as well. Without refreshing the screen, our record or list get updated immediately. Okay, and here we have all the information which to edit the form and all. Next we want to implement this share option, so it's quite easy. So for that one I'm going to use this React web share SDK. Okay, so which is quite easy to implement, and this library is quite famous as well. Okay, so first thing, in order to use it, just copy this dependency in order to install it, and then just paste it here so that it will get installed. And in order to use it is quite simple, just you need to use this component, and then wherever you have the share button, right, so in this case we have the share button over here. I will paste it here. Make sure to import this our web share, so it's get imported through this React web share. And then instead of this button, right, we will use our own share button, so I will put it here. Okay, and then you can change this data. Here we can give the title text like for this form. Okay, so whatever the form title is there, we'll give that one. So simply we'll say JSON form title, the URL Oh, so title, we have this beautiful title actually. And for the heading, I will use for the text, and here I also write text like /n, not /n, but let's say build your form in second with AI form builder. Okay, and then here we need to give the URL. So the URL will be the our host /AI form /ID, right? So first thing, let's get this public base URL. So here we'll say public base URL /AI form. Okay, make sure it's correct / and the form ID, which will be the JSON, not JSON, record. Okay, let me see what is that. So that will be a form record. Yeah, from the form record we'll get the form ID. Okay, that's we already use it here, right? Now let's save this one and then test this out. So let's go back to our application. So here we'll say next public base URL. Oh, we forgot to access using process.env.next public base URL. Perfect. Now if I click share, boom, if you see, we have this beautiful sharing option. Now you also have option to copy this one, or if you want to share with the email, WhatsApp, you have all the options, right? And if I paste this one, and if you see, the URL get copied in my when I say the copy link, and this form is open. So cool, right? So that's how you can implement the share option. Same share option you can same code you can use it for this share. So what I will do, I will copy this our web share component, and inside this edit form, because that's where we have this inside this edit form we have this share button, right? Yeah, this one. So I will paste it here. Instead of this share button, I will replace with this one. And then obviously here we need to change some of the things. So right now let's see what we got. So one is a record and another is JSON form. That's good. So JSON form is correct as it is, and here will be the record only. Save it, go back to our application. Oh, let's make sure to import this and save it. Now if you see, we have this share button, and that's from here as well you can share it. Interesting thing about this one, okay, if I go to the inspect panel, I don't know, on mobile view, let's check on mobile view, and that's how it look, right? See how beautiful it's looking, right? And it's responsive, as I told you, right? It's completely responsive, guys. Perfect. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because we implemented a lot of different things that user can create form, add a style, edit, and all of these things. Even we can accept the user response from the form, and now we displayed this all the list of form on the dashboard, and I have option to delete the form as well, along with the share option. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the response page, where once user go to this response in the side navigation bar, we're going to show all the forms, and along with that we'll give the form name, the subheading, and along with that have two options, the how many response and the download button. So on the click of download button, we're going to export the JSON data which we have, right, the responses, into the Excel format. Okay, so obviously we will download that particular file. So that's what we're gonna use the response page for. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside this side navigation bar, make sure instead of this h2 we'll change this to link, so that it will be clickable like this. And for this link we have to add hrefs, and for the hrefs we'll simply add menu.path. Okay, so if you see, that's what we have here. So path, let's save it and go back to our application. And now if I click on the responses, right, it will go to this path called dashboard/responses. but right now we don't have this page. So let's create this page named called responses. So inside the dashboard, I'm going to create a new folder, and you can call it as a responses, and inside that we'll create page.jsx file. Add the default template. Here we'll just rename this to responses and save it. And now we'll make sure that the response page is showing on the screen, and on the left hand side you will see the responses is a active menu. Okay, next we want to show the list of all the form first, similar like the way we show inside the dashboard. So here we'll simply use that directly inside this responses part. But first let's give the heading, or let's copy it from the dashboard page. But we don't want this button, and here we'll say responses. Perfect. Okay, also we'll give a padding, so add a class name padding of 10. Next, as I told you, we need to fetch the form list. So over here we'll create a new method called constant get form list, and we'll make this page as a client side. Now here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select from, and then the schema name, which is json.forms. Here we'll add where clause, and then we need to provide the user email. So here we'll say equal json forms dot created by with the user's email. So here we say constant user is equal to user, and here we'll just simply provide user email address. Now we'll just console it first. So we'll console this result, and then this get form list method we're going to call inside the use effect. So whenever the component get load and this user information is available, then only we'll execute this get form list. Let's save it and let's test this out. So go to the inspect panel to make sure in console we are getting the data. So if you see, we got this array of 3, which means we have the 3 JSON data, sorry, the 3 form. Okay, and if you see, this is the form we have. Perfect. Next, let me close this one. We simply need to iterate this form list. Okay, so we can directly use it from here. So I will add a div, and simply obviously first we need to save this result in one state. So we'll constant form list comma set form list is equal to use state, and then we'll use this set form list over here. Okay, and then we'll just iterate this form list. So let's say form list dot map, here we'll say form comma index, the arrow function, and then here we'll call div. The first h2 tag to show the form dot form title. The second is for subheading, so form dot I don't know what they call, so which is the form heading, but we have to make sure that this form is in the form of JSON. Okay, because the title and all is inside this JSON form. Okay, so let's do one thing. I will create a new one more method, one more state, and which will hold JSON form. Not like this. Let me remove, and the similar way which we did it, right? We'll send one by one. So instead of directly showing over here, we'll create a new component inside this component folder. This need to be a folder actually, and inside this folder we'll create form list item for response, or we'll say form list item response .jsx, add a default template, and this will accept the JSON form along with the form record. Okay, let's save it, and now here we'll import that form list item response. In this one we would need two value, the form record, which will be the all the form information, and then JSON form, which we need to convert. So here we'll say json.parse and then form.json form. So if you see this JSON form, we actually converted into this particular string into a JSON, and then we pass to this form list item response. So let's save it, all of these things, and then I will just copy the existing code which we use. So I will copy all of this for now, and then we'll remove the unnecessary item. Okay, so obviously we don't want this particular div, we want this title and all, and we don't want the share method, the link button and all, so we'll remove this one. Perfect. If I save it for now and go back to our application, so we have one error, form list.map. So let's go back over here. We just refresh this one, and if you see, now we have the data. For this one here, for this div, let's make it class grid column 2, and when the screen size medium, we'll make grid column 3. Here we can make it for the large only. Perfect. Okay, we'll give gap of 5. Perfect. Now below that, as I told you, right, we need to, let me first bring it here, we'll give padding y to 5, and then we need to show two buttons, not button, but first we're gonna show the total count. Let's say 45 responses. Here we'll just say 45 responses, and then another button, we'll say export. So for this one we'll add a class name, and we'll add a size of small, and for this div, which is flex justify between, so it will look like this. Just make item to be in the center, so it will be vertically center, and for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, text to be small. Perfect. Okay, and for this number I will just make it strong, so it will be bold. Okay, perfect. Now on this export, we need to export our JSON data. Okay, so whenever we click export, so with this form ID we need to fetch the data from the user responses. So over here with this response, if I go to the response, right, let me discard change, and from this form reference we need to fetch the information. So here I'm gonna write on click, and here we'll export the data method will call, and then we'll write a method called constant export data. Now as I say, first we'll get the data from the database. Constant result is equal to await db dot select from, here we need to give user responses, that schema name, obviously we are using await, so make this as a async. Then and then we have to write, sorry, not like this, then we have to write where clause equal, and then we need to give the record ID, so which will be the user response dot form reference, and then we have to provide ID from the form record dot ID, and then we'll just console the result. Okay, over here. So obviously also in the meantime we'll create one state for loading. Okay, and this loading we're going to set it the default value as a false, and whenever the export data is, or user click on this one, right, we'll make the set loading as a true. Okay, and once we have the result, for example, let's make set loading as a false. Okay, the reason is in the meantime, right, we can disable the button when the loading is true. So here we'll say disable when the loading is true, and also when the loading is true we can show the actual loading. So we'll add the icon. So we'll add a loading icon first. We'll say loader. So we have a lot of loaders board, and then otherwise we can show the export button. Okay, and simply for this loader you can give a class name and just write animate spin, so it actually spin your loader as well. Okay, you will see the example obviously we used before as well. So I think we are good for now. Obviously we are just consoling the data over here. So let's go back to our application and then test this out. So for example, let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I click export, right now it's empty. Let's export this one. If you see, we have the data. As soon as I export, right, because it's very small and quick, so it's little bit showing loading and the disable button, but if you see, we have this information. Okay, so which contain the JSON response, and inside this one we have the actual JSON data. So next, let's go back to our application, and here let me save this, go back, want to show something. So let me refresh the screen, go to the inspect panel and the console. So if I export this one, right, inside this, if you see, inside the JSON response we have actual response, right? So what we need to do, we need to convert this JSON response first. Okay, and then we need to save it in one array list, and then that array list will, that particular JSON list, we're gonna export it. Okay, so first let's get all the JSON response and put in a one list. So once we have the result, okay, so here what I'm going to write condition result dot for each, here we'll say item. Okay, and at the top we'll just say JSON data as an empty one, and here we'll say constant JSON item is equal to JSON dot parse, and here we'll say item dot JSON response. Okay, so from the JSON response we just parse it, and that item will be in the JSON item, and simply inside the JSON data we'll push that particular item. Okay, now if I go here and console the JSON data, let's see what we are getting now. So if I export this one, see at the line 27, which is this one, the JSON data, now we are getting only the result, means only the what do you say, the response. Okay, so that's how you can get the result. Now once we have all of this JSON data, we're going to create a new method called a constant export to Excel, and then, and inside here we need to write logic to convert JSON to Excel and then download it. Okay, now here I just paste this line of code. Okay, so for that one you have to import this XLS library. Just do npm xlsx, and then you just paste this line of code. So this will take the JSON data, whatever we've already console this one, right, and here simply I will call export to Excel JSON data. Okay, so this JSON data we pass to this export to Excel, and then that JSON data we have to pass to this particular method. Then we'll say book new, and it will create a sheet one, and here we'll have the data sheet of with that particular file name. Okay, now you can change this file name whatever you want. So let's say we'll change this to JSON form dot field a form title. Okay, and here we'll say plus something like this. Let's save this one and then let's test this out. So if I click export, if you see, we got full body team selection form, and boom, we have this beautiful. Now I'm using this uh, Mac OS Excel sheet, so it's look little different where, but if you see, we have this name, admin, phone number, position, experiment, all of these things, correct? So that's how you can just export smoothly. Now this is task for you. Okay, currently we are showing this value as a hard coded. Okay, and we need to show, along with this form information, we need to show how many response we have. For that one, you just need to get the number, right? And for that one, you can go to the Drizzle, and if I go to the select, right here we have the aggregation, that how to count or get the sum of the data from other table, and then how to join these two table together. Okay, obviously I will put this in our source code so you can access it, but you can try it because we already did the joining of table and that kind of Drizzle query in our previous videos as well. Okay, so just give a try and let me know what you think about this one. If you face any issue, you can just access my source code. Now here is quick thing we are going to implement. Currently on the side navigation bar, we have this beautiful progress bar showing how many file you created, right? So obviously right now we just hard coded this value and provide this some random value. It's not the uh, dynamic one, right? It's a static one. If you see, we have three forms, it's showing two because we did not implement that one. So let's implement this part of functionality. So I will close all of this tab first and go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard, we have the component called side navigation, and at the bottom we have this progress bar, okay, with this count and all. So obviously inside this particular component, we need to get the number of forms user created. Okay, so simply I'm gonna use, because we already have this get form list, I will copy this one, I will just paste it here. Make sure to import this db, then JSON form schema along with this equal and descending as well. Okay, and then we need to get the user information, and then we need to create one state which will hold the form list. And then we already setting that one, and this get form list we need to call. Let me remove this console form here, and whenever the user information is available. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel, inside the console, in the side navigation, you'll see the array of 3. That length we want to show it over here. So if I go down here, we'll just say form list dot length. Okay, if I save it now, you will see, oh, I don't know why it's not showing. So let me go back. So we have this form list which we are setting, that's correct, and then we have to show the form list dot length. Okay, so spelling is correct, perfect. Now 3 out of 3. Okay, and then we have to calculate this progress bar percentage, and depends on that one we have to set this percentage value. Okay, so it's quite easy. Here we need to create one state. Here we'll say percentage file created, set percentage file created, and initially it will be 0. Okay, and now once we have this result, right, here we simply set percentage first we calculate the value is equal to. Now in order to calculate the value, simply we need to get the total, which is result dot length divided by 3, because we are only allowing 3 forms to the creation of user, into 100. Okay, and then we'll get the percentage. This percentage we need to set as a percentage, and then this percentage, this percentage file created, we simply pass to this value, percentage file created. Let's see whether it's working or not. right now it's showing 3, it's showing empty. Oh yeah, now if you see, it's showing 3 out of 3. Okay, but let me delete one of them. So let's delete this one, the last one. Okay, so if I delete this one, continue, and if I refresh this, and if you see, now it's showing 2 out of 3 and progress bar is showing perfectly fine. Now in this section we are going to implement this upgrade section where user have option for pricing, and once user select the pricing, it will navigate for the Stripe payment gateway for the subscription. Okay, because we are implementing the subscription model inside our application. So first thing, let's go to this upgrade, and let's right now we are showing 404 error because this page or this route is not exist. So let's create that route. So inside the dashboard we'll create a new folder, we can call it as a upgrade, and inside that we'll create page.jsx file. Inside here we'll add this default template and we'll just rename this to upgrade. Okay, let's save this one, go back to our application, and now you will see this upgrade page. Okay, next for this div, let's add a class name, let's give padding of 10 and save it. Now before adding the UI, right, let's go to this Stripe, and if you don't have an account on the Stripe, so just go to this stripe.com and create a new test account. Okay, it's completely free. So right now I'm also on test mode only, and once you land on this dashboard page, here you will see the product catalog option. Go to this product catalog option and add a new product. Okay, so I will create a new product here. Give the product name whatever you want, let's say yearly, because I already have monthly subscription. Okay, and here you can set recurring on one-off, so we want a subscription model, so make it recurring, and here we'll just give, for example, $49, okay, USD, and we can set it as a yearly. Now once you're done with this one, you can say these changes and then click add product. Once you add this product, click on it, and then here you have option to create a payment link. Okay, click on it, and then you have to just select all the necessary option. Okay, so right now this is how it will look once the payment you created the payment, and here after the payment you have to show some confirmation message. Here you can show the confirmation message like thank you for payment, go back to site and refresh the screen to activate your subscription. Okay, so whatever the message you want, you can just give that way. Okay, it's not big deal, or you can change anytime. Once you've done this on the screen, this is how it will look like. Everything, if you think everything is good, just click create link, and boom, if you see this link is created. Now if I copy this link and paste it here, it will open the Stripe portal and with this particular subscription model and all. Okay, now once you're done with this one, let's go back to our application, and inside here inside this underscore data, I'm going to create a new file, and here I will write pricing plan. Now inside that, add a default not add a default template. Here we'll just say export constant, or sorry, export default, and then we'll add two pricing plan. Okay, so first I will add the link. So link will be the pricing plan link. So this let me go back to the product catalog first. So we'll add monthly and yearly. So for monthly, if you view the payment link, I will copy this one, paste it here, then we'll add a price which will be the $799. Then we want to add the price ID, which is important, so let's add that one too. So if I go back from here, you will get this API ID that they call, put it over here. Then you can also mention the duration over here. So let's say duration, which is for now it's month, so we'll say month, and I think that's enough. Let's copy one more time for the yearly. So here 4900, this should be a yearly, so I will say yearly, and obviously the link we'll get it from this product catalog for the yearly one. So first let's copy this API ID and then copy this payment link as well. So copy this one and paste it here. Perfect, right? That's all. Now save this one, and now let's go back to your pricing page. Now over here, in order to add the pricing UI, right, I'm going to use this hyper UI which we used previously as well, right? Just search for the pricing and you will see this two kind of pricing. You can select the one which you want. I will select the simplest one. Okay, so just click view, select this JSX and copy this JSX, paste it here, and then if I go over here, if you see, these are the two pricing plan. I will remove the first one, and obviously we have this pricing plan, so I will just use this pricing plan to iterate it. So here we'll say item comma index like this. Okay, and inside this I will add this div. Now here I will just say key as an index, and as this is starter plan, here I will just update with this monthly plan or something like this, right? Because we already added this duration, so here we'll just update with this monthly, and here we'll update with this yearly. So let's say item dot duration, and this will be a monthly, right? So slash, here we say item dot duration, and for pricing, okay, also whatever the value, you can just change this one, because just right now I just keep as it is. And I don't know where it, oh yeah, here if you see, where is this is the amount. So here we say item dot price. Okay, let's save this one, go back to your application, and if you see, we have this now two plan. Okay, now next important thing we need to do over here is to add the on the click of this get started button, you need to open that particular link. Okay, so here we'll simply do item dot link. Okay, if I save this one and go back to the application, if I open this one, see, it's opening that one, but it's opening on the same window. We want to open in different window. Along with that, we want to also attach the email which is the user is already logged in, so we can pre-fill this email address as well. So first thing, the target will mention it as a blank, so it will open a new window, and along with this one we need to add the user's email as a pre-fill email. Okay, pre-fill underscore email, okay, which is equal to, and then here we need to pass user information. So constant user is equal to user, and below this one we have to say user dot primary email address dot email address. Let's save it and let me show you how it works. So let me go back. So okay, so we use user, so I have to make this page as a client side. Okay, now if I refresh this one, now if you see, if I click get started, it's open in new window, and if you see, the email address is auto pre-fill over here. Okay, now if you make a payment, let's add some dummy value. Obviously it's in state mode. Okay, so I will just put a random value and click subscribe. Now it will actually subscribe to your payment or whatever plan you already have, and boom, if you see, it's saying thank you TubeGurji. Remember, now you can access all app under tubegurji.com. Now this message I added for this monthly payment, but if you subscribe to the yearly one, that is a different one. Now if I go to the dashboard and if I go to the customers, you will see the new customer is joined with the RRD with this email address, and just now we added with 20th May. Okay, and that's how guys you can add the subscription in your message. Now the most important thing, how to save this user's information inside our database, and that is your task for today. Now in order to save this information, you have to go to this developer mode. So if I click on this developer, go to this webhook section. Okay, and inside this webhook section you have to add the endpoint, and this is how it works. For example, you integrated this API, right? And once this API has make some payment, okay, make some he pays something for you, then the webhook endpoint will get triggered, and we have to add that endpoint, and that endpoint, the Stripe will send the data to that endpoint. If I click on add endpoint, you can just add this endpoint over here, make a post request, and if you see this is the data, you can save it as well. Okay, and boom, the data will be stored inside your Drizzle PostgreSql as well. Okay, if you want to know how to integrate the webhook inside your application, let me know in the comment section, so that you can I can integrate this webhook as well in my upcoming video. Okay, so guys, I hope you understand this particular part, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section, we are going to add one more important functionality inside our application. Right now, if user click on live preview, he can able to insert the data, right? And anyone can insert the data, and he can do multiple times as well, right? So to avoid it, right, we're gonna give one option that before filling the information, right, user need to sign in to the through the any social network, and then only user can submit the form. And in order to add that particular functionality, we're gonna add a new checkbox over here. Okay, so let's go to this controller inside the edit form, because we have this controller over here, and inside that one at the bottom I'm going to create a new div, and here we'll add a checkbox from the chat CN, and simply we are going to add enable social authentication before submit the form. Okay, let's save it and let's see how it looks. So this is how it will look like. Here I will add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and margin y to 4, and I will make this item to be in the center. Margin, we'll say margin top to 10, little bit down. Perfect. And now if you click on this enable social authentication before submit the form, then that information we need to save inside our database. Okay, so for that one, obviously right now inside this JSON form we don't have that particular field, but let's add this particular controller over there first. Means let's go to the schema. Inside the schema I'm going to add a new field, and we can call it as a enable sign in. Here will be a boolean, and for this one we'll say enable sign in and default to false. Let's save it and let's stop the studio, push the changes, and then once everything is done, let's run the studio. Just make sure by refreshing the studio that changes are there. So if I go to JSON form, if you see the enable sign in is now showing false. Okay, let me close this one. Now next, let me go over here. Next, inside the controller, on the click of this checkbox, so here on value change, let's see what we are getting. Okay, so console.log event e, I'm just making sure that what value we are getting, right? So inside the console, if I uncheck this one, nothing is happening, because if you remember, ShatCN had different implementation for the checkbox. So if I search for the checkbox and the code, not code, but if I go to the form, so for the checkbox it has a on check change. So here just add on check change, save it, and now if I change this one, see it's getting true or false. Perfect. Now once we have this one, right, true and false, we have to set the value. So here we'll say set sign in enable. Okay, and just I'm making sure, okay, we have to set this value back to the previous component. Let's save this one, and if I go to the form UI where we have the controller, right, just make sure the controller where it is. Oh, so this is not controller, maybe over here. So if you see, we have this controller over here, and obviously we are adding one more controller, which is set sign in enable, and this has a value, and obviously we just need to update that one. So we'll say update controller field value, and the column name is enable sign in. It's just enable, I think. Let me verify once. Okay, it's ed, enable sign in. Okay, perfect, and save it. Now let's test this out. So if I refresh this once and click on it, so we got error, that's where clause near. Okay, interesting. So this is correct. So here we'll set in column name, id, primary email address, return record. I think that's look good to me. So actually the problem was, so here I was just showing this return like enable sign in, so it should to be a D. Update this schema and then it's working fine. Now if I click enable and again disable to enable kind of thing, right, and here you will see the change. Okay, it's come to true. So that's how you can add it. Okay, next, obviously on the live preview, right, if I go to this live preview here, before submitting, right, if user click on submit, we have to make sure that user is already logged in or not, and if not, then we have to make sure to show the sign in or to show the model. Okay, so what we need to do first, let's implement the whether the user is already signed in or not. Okay, so here we'll simply add user with user, and along with that we'll add is sign in. Then at the bottom before submitting, right, we'll just make sure if user is signed in or not. Okay, if user is already signed in, then we'll simply show this sign in button. Otherwise we'll show the button from this button. Okay, and inside this button we'll add sign in button from the clerk, and we'll simply say message sign in before submit and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application right now, obviously on this screen I already signed in, but I open this in a new window, you will see it's showing sign in before submit. If I click on this one, obviously it redirects me to sign in page. Okay, but there is another way that we can show the sign in page. Here you can just give the mode as a mode as a model or redirect, we'll say model, and now if I click on this one, it will show model like this. Okay, so cool. But this particular sign in button we need to only show when the user is not signed in, and second, that this form has a sign in functionality enabled, right? So for that one, let's go to this AI form inside the page.jsx, and from here we already have the record, right? From this record we're gonna send form UI one more variable, and we'll say enable sign in, and we'll say record dot enable sign in. Now this here I will make a D, and now obviously it depends on true or false, this will enable sign in have that value. Now if I go back to the form UI, okay, here make sure to accept that value. The initial value will be the false. Okay, the default value will be the false. And if I scroll down here, we can also write one more condition along with is sign in, and here we'll write and enable sign in. Here we'll, instead of showing over here, we'll just add the enable sign in if it's true, or let's say opposite for now. If it's not true, then we can show this submit button. otherwise will show this particular message like is sign in and all of these things. Okay, so let me bring this up, let me remove this and save it. Now let me go back. So let's say we have these two example and one is false, one is true. Okay, let's take both of them. So currently if you see, the sign in is not enabled, and if I open this page on the incognito window, so for this form 4 we don't need sign in, so it's not showing to sign in. Okay, but let's go to the another form, which is this one, and let's go to live preview, open this form in new tab. I'm not sure, but if you see, now this one is asking for sign in before submit. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can implement it. Now for this particular message, right, if sign in is required, you can show some kind of alert message as well. So let's try to implement that one if you want to. So it's up to you how you want to implement and how we want to show it. So guys, that's all for this particular section. Only the new feature which we added, that enable sign in authentication or not, so it will give you the extra authentication for your form. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud. So for that one, first we're gonna deploy it to the GitHub. So let me show you how it works. So let's say this is our application, and this application we want to deploy on a cloud, but before that we want to deploy it or push it our code to the GitHub. Okay, and then we'll deploy this one to the Vercel, okay, which is our cloud service provider. Now whenever again next time we push any changes to the GitHub, it automatically deploy our application to the Vercel without triggering anything. Okay, so let's go back and let's go to this GitHub. So just type GitHub, create a new repo, and here simply I will say AI form builder, make it private, and let's say create I will create private, actually you can make it public, it's up to you, and create repo. Here if I go down, first thing you need to set the origin, but also let's initialize the git. So git init, and let's set the remote origin, and then next you need to add all the changes, then you need to commit the changes, so you say initial commit, and then you need to push the changes. As you are pushing first time, you have to push with this command called origin main, and then once it pushed, you will see that change over here. Okay, next let's go to the Vercel, and if you don't have an account, create a new account, because I am using this Vercel from long time, and if you see, there are a bunch of projects which I already running on the Vercel. Now here click add new project, connect your git repo. So currently I'm connected with the my GitHub, but you have option to connect with the GitLab or Bitbucket as well. Now here just now I pushed this one, let's click on import. Here you can give any name you want, so in this case I give AI form builder to Guruji, and then once everything is good, you have to open this environment variable, because we have a lot of environment variables. Okay, so let's go to this env.local, copy this all the environment variables, and then simply paste it here. Okay, so obviously this base URL we have to change it later on, but we will change it that one, and then click deploy. Now it will take a couple of minutes to deploy our application, because the first step is to build it, then deploy summary, and then it will assign the custom domain, and then it will be live for us. Okay, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see, our application is deployed on server. Now if I click on this preview, here it will jump to this particular domain which we assigned at AI form builder to Vercel.app, where we have this beautiful landing page. Obviously I modified little bit, right, to give some beautiful effect. Here if I click on get started, we have this beautiful login screen. Let's log in, and boom, once I log in to this particular application, we have this all the data information which I already there, right. Also everything is there in the responses. You have option to export this one. In analytics we don't have anything obviously, but in upgrade you have option to upgrade, and if I click get started, it will jump to the payment page as well. So everything is set up. Obviously you can create a new form from here. you have option to edit as well. Okay, only thing that want to do is on the live preview. If you see, we have this beautiful live preview with this base URL already there. Okay, and even though if I open this base URL in some other incognito window, right now, obviously for this form 6 you need to sign in, and obviously it asking for a sign in. But if I open some other form which don't need sign in, let's see this community app. So I will open this one. Let's copy this link as well and then paste it here. Okay, so it's taking the here obviously we need to modify something. But if I open this live preview, and if you see for this form you don't need to add a sign in, right? Now only thing that we need to change, because if you see, if I share this one and copy this URL, it's copying the localhost 3000. Okay, so let's update that one. So go to the continue dashboard on the Vercel, go to the setting. Here we have this environment variable, right? And inside here we have this base URL. That base URL you just need to change. Okay, so here I will just simply use this base URL and I will update it over here. Okay, and then save it, and that's all, you are done. Now once you update this environment variable, go to the deployment again, and then you have to redeploy this particular deployment, right? Because you updated the new environment variable, and then once it deployed, you are good to go. So that's how you guys you can deploy your application through any cloud service provider, which is Vercel, Netlify, and also Hostinger recently. So not Hostinger, but yeah, you can deploy on Hostinger. But recently, the Firebase also enabled the NextJs deployment service, so that on that one as well you can deploy it.